Ready? We'll call this meeting to order. First, if we'll...
Is his, yeah.
Okay.
We're good, sorry.
We'll do a roll call.
Councilmember Schaefer,
Here.
Councilmember O'Hara,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lyons,
Here.
and Mayor Ehlers.
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present this evening.
And we'll, if everybody will join me if they can and rise for the Pledge of the Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, item number 4 will be the special presentations and proclamations, which we have none tonight. And then that moves us on to item number 5, oral communications. How many oral communications do we have?
Right now, we have 13, but I think they're still coming in.
Whew.
And just a
And-
reminder, these oral communications is the time to speak on items that are not listed on the agenda, and each speaker will have 3 minutes. I'll call you 3 at a time. The first 3 speakers, James Morton, Leo Gonzalez, followed by Dave Dean.
Good evening, council members. I'm going to start with a video, so if you could hold off on my 3 minutes until it's up, I'd appreciate it. The video is going to last about 1 minute and 30 seconds. I'm going to do it with volume.
And if whoever's second could move up to the front row just to kind of reduce the dwell time.
We have an issue with volume.
I'll give you as much time as you want, and then if you want me to move on, I'm happy
Yeah.
to.
Well, the other option is we could have the others start while you work on it. So if we can go to number 2, and we'll get you back up here.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Leonardo Gonzalez, and I'm talking on behalf of a group of 5 high school students at San Diego Academy. For the past several weeks, we've been researching a proposal to help alleviate the homelessness crisis in Encinitas. I've lived in this community for over 13 years and have seen this issue progress. Our plan is to connect existing homelessness welfare initiatives into a system that increases the effectiveness of these programs. According to the U.S. Government Accountability Office, one of the major barriers to providing welfare to people experiencing homelessness is the lack of proper identification. Without an ID, it's very difficult for homeless people to apply for or receive money and support from welfare programs. Additionally, the lack of identification makes it difficult for the city, state, and independent organizations to assist the homeless population within Encinitas. Our solution is to further implement the California Photo ID program and provide direct support to these welfare programs, as well as expand the community's involvement in these programs. For the first step, raising awareness about this California Photo ID program and supporting those interested in it would effectively kickstart our efforts. Awareness could be raised by posting flyers about the ID programs in areas with homeless dense populations, such as parks, certain areas, and public bathrooms. After this first step is put forth, linking welfare programs should be a priority. Providing packets with a list of available programs when homeless people receive their IDs, we can ensure that these programs are known about. A future goal could be a direct collaboration with these programs so we can further advance the application and welfare processes. Finally, the most urgent part of our project is to work with local businesses and organizations to provide additional welfare services. By linking local businesses and charitable groups in this packet of information, we can create a more comprehensive network of welfare programs that require less travel to access effectively. A categorical grant dedicated to providing rewards for companies who participate in this program could be a major part in its success. Eventually, we'd like to have this program be managed by the state with input from respective cities to tailor parts of the initiative to their needs. However, as we are unsure of its effectiveness, we propose running a program within Encinitas to start. This would allow us to see how viable the plan is and what tweaks need to be made if it continues to expand. In summary, our solution is realistic because it uses existing homeless assistance resources, reducing overhead, while also introducing new ideas for a comprehensive welfare system. It doesn't have the drawbacks of large financial investments or full reliance on state fundings. So the barriers to entry for this program are relatively low compared to other ground-up initiatives seeking to reinvent the system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warren, is the video ready? Great, thank you.
Oh,
So next
sorry.
speaker is James Morton, to be followed by Dave Dean, and then Trina Priest.
I have about 30 different Google News alerts set up. And through those, I'm able to gather just a ton of news stories. Really what it's evolved into is a really multifaceted data collection from news alerts, from stakeholders, from official records. And I take all of that and I code it across more than 200 different categorical variables. There is very limited funding for any gun violence research in the United States. So really any broad data collection efforts like this, there's just no resources available to support them. So without these grassroots efforts, this information just doesn't exist. Most people think that a school shooting is something where it's this deranged, mentally ill person who's coming into the school. But really the most common circumstance for a gun to be fired is a dispute between students, usually taking place in a hallway or parking lot at dismissal. And until that's documented and aggregated, there's no way to understand the context of this problem and realize what a big issue it is.
So I'm here today just to be informative. I came across this website over a year ago. This gentleman operates a website. The web address is K12SSDB, and that stands for K through 12 School Shooting Database. Anybody that wants to get information about school shootings, I just recommend that you go to look at it. Next, recently in my reading vernacular and library, I've come across a book called Curious. And inside that book, he talks about problems. We have a propensity in our society to turn problems into puzzles. Puzzles are very convenient. Puzzles have solutions. And if I can sell you a puzzle and give you a solution, I can make a lot of money, I can get a lot of attention. In truth, many of the problems that we deal with are not puzzles. They're mysteries. And all we can do is our best effort. Little moves over time are going to lead to big results. In this period of transition, I want to say thank you to those that have moved on from the City Council. I want to welcome and say congratulations to those people that are coming on. You've given your best, and you will continue to give your best. And I want to let you know that your best has been and will continue to be the best. So again, finally, little changes, little moves lead to big changes. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, and congratulations to all of you on your recent election. My name is Dave Dean, and I'm here to speak about the rock garden, or more importantly, the sidewalk in front of the rock garden. That's been an underground aquifer that's been leaking onto the sidewalk now since the recent sidewalk and wall was put in. It wasn't planned for properly in the beginning, and what happened was the aquifer began to leak onto the sidewalk and cause people to slip and fall. What happened was, that was about 2 years ago. For the last 2 years now, we've had the sidewalk blocked off with sidewalk blocks that don't work and don't stop people from walking through there. Almost once a week, somebody slips and falls on that sidewalk. One time, a pregnant lady slipped and fell, and she had to go to the hospital and be checked out. Fortunately, that time, nothing bad happened to her or the baby. The city came in and tried to fix the problem. Unfortunately, they made it 10 times worse. the water began to back up further and further upside the sidewalk, and that's been over a year now. The city also hired outside consultants to come up with a solution. He finished that report back in May and said the city didn't have money to pay for it at that time, but it would be planned for in the next budget, which was July. It would be taken care of then, I was told. July came and I said, when are we beginning? They said, we have to wait until after Labor Day. We don't want to do it during the summer. Labor Day's come and gone. This weekend, another lady slipped and fell. She started crying. I helped her up and said, so sorry, she said. That's okay, I just am embarrassed, I'm not hurt. And so she was crying because she fell and slipped in it. I don't know why this problem has not been solved in over 2 years, but it's one of the busiest walkways in the city, and it deserves attention before more people get hurt. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We can't respond to oral comments because they're not on the agenda, but we can refer them to staff, so I'd love to get a report in the future.
Yes, sir. Our Director of Engineering, Jill Bankston, is right back there. She would like to address that with you. She's got some information.
Yeah. So you can go, Jill's back in the back room if you want to talk to her right now and get an update, and then we'll get an update from her offline.
And then the next three speakers are Trina Priest, Ellen Burr, and then Natalie Satoon.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council and Mayor Ellers. We thank the mayor and the city council members and the community for your involvement in this recent election process. We recognize the cost and the sacrifices necessary to make our democratic method work. I am Trina Priest and a middle school teacher and mother of 3 young adults. This holiday season, I want to thank the city for its ambitious plan to improve the health of all citizens through your smoke-free public places ordinance. I especially think it supports young youth and young adults who are seeking a healthy and productive lifestyle. As a mother of 3 young adults, I have been interested in the National Bureau of Labor's statement regarding their uneasiness about 18 to 25-year-old males who have the lowest return to work rates after the pandemic. Labor experts and health authorities have explored the complex reasons for this situation. 2 factors they cite are, number 1, alcohol and drug addiction, which has interfered with young adult males from receiving and utilizing job training or post-high school graduation. Number 2, the increase in marijuana use, especially the daily use of marijuana, where the negative impacts on the amygdala play a large role in the brain's motivational receptors. And we know that 18 to 25-year-olds have the highest rates of serious mental illness and substance use disorders. So you can imagine, as a mother and educator, I'm concerned about the already existing marijuana businesses here in our city. Research suggests that when children and young adults grow up in a city with commercial marijuana enterprises, it mutes their perception of risk. And we must cope with social media and now signage on our public roads, especially the Well-Greens Pot Shop sign at Manchester and I-5. It is no surprise it's located at the intersection where students are traveling to and from Mira Costa College. It would be a step forward in a world that bombards youth with messages that encourage marijuana, that at least in our city, this and any future signs come down. This would be a gift to our city and this holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Ellen Burr, Natalie Satoon, and then Geraldine Kessler.
Good evening, Board. In reverse order of importance, where is Luigi? Not Mario's brother, but Luigi, the little specially purchased truck cleaner for bicycle paths and sidewalks. I have not seen Luigi in quite some time, and I think Luigi set us back at least 150 grand plus whatever. So I just wonder where he is. Secondly, the lagoon. We had king tides the other day. One day they actually broke through the mouth of the lagoon for about an hour or so, twice maybe. There was trickles of water going out, trickles of water coming in. I went to a Sandag meeting the other day. They only give you 1 minute to talk, so guys, don't complain. But I think it's time for us to step up and say, you need to do something and fix this. And furthermore, I am somewhat concerned that the lagoon water is maybe now infiltrating the roadbed of Manchester. There are a couple places where it's really low. If we don't get it cleaned out and we have a rain, I am pretty sure there's going to be water coming across. But frankly, I'm more concerned about sinkholes developing, which that would be really bad on Manchester from either east or west. So I don't know if anybody at the city or Caltrans has been looking into that, but I know you can step off the right-of-way and gravel path and you are in water. And it's mostly a lake now, not a lagoon. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and Council, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. I have some images to share. This is the brand new construction of the protected lane between Windsor and Evergreen. The quality of the work is concerning. I'd like to know if this was a project that the City of Encinitas staff constructed, or if it was constructed by a paid consultant and signed off on by city staff. It's important to note that there's no reflective material on the black curb, and with this area not being illuminated, it's difficult to discern in the dark that a curb exists. My friend had an issue with the curbed path on Vulcan, similar to this. In a particularly dark stretch, he fell and vaulted across the bike path at a high velocity and flew into the fence. Some reflective material might avert bikes and pedestrians from being catapulted into the traffic lanes. There are also some images of the new concrete along Santa Fe. I'd like to know if this quality has been noted by the city engineering department. It looks like it already needs repair and it's not even yet operational. It does appear that the work has been done by Tri-Group, but I'm not sure. I'm asking that the engineering staff be directed to contact me with the answers to the questions, please. I'm also asking that the council and city manager not consecutively undertake so many projects that the construction quality cannot be properly overseen for quality control. Thank you.
Next speaker is Joanne Kessler, followed by Christine Schindler, and then Peggy Walker.
Good evening. Welcome to the new council and old members. I've been listening to the meetings rather than coming, and I love the style that's going on here, especially with the Bella Vista development. I like how the council new members worked with the community and the developer to lessen the negative impacts on that community. I sincerely wish that this had happened with the Melba project, but instead we were left to fend for ourselves. Unfortunately, our voices were not heard. Unfortunately, our representatives had to recuse themselves due to the proximity of the project. This makes me wonder why the other council members could not step up and support our tight-knit community on this, like Jim and Luke stepped up for that Bella Vista project. And let me point out that this Melba project is not just a clear open space. It's a large wooded lot, and it will be removing 175 trees and 30 smaller trees and native shrubs, along with these 3 beautiful homes built in 1938. They're removing our tree canopy. The developer and owner got everything they wanted. We had to sit there and listen to his lawyer spew lies that he worked with the community. Do you know how upsetting that was? We have longtime tax-paying middle-class seniors who simply wanted to age in place and do not have the means to hire a fancy lawyer like other people do. But more power to those people, because it appears that's the only way to lessen the negative impacts, to have a fancy lawyer. The prior council failed us on so many levels by pushing this Melba project through quickly and not encouraging the developer and owner to lessen the impact on our community, after years of me telling you how he was manipulating our tight-knit community. It's like that last council was the Milgram experiment. They listened to whatever Sacramento told them without question, just kept pressing the community's buttons and shocking them. No one but Bruce was able to successfully support the community, but he could not do it alone. That prior council drank the Kool-Aid from Sacramento, and now our neighbors have to suffer. We have no recourse on this. My only prayer is that karma will get this one. And I ask respectfully to please remove the planning commissioners. Their values are not aligning with Encinitas' communities or the new councils. Thank you for listening.
Next speaker is Christine Schindler, followed by Peggy Walker, and then Mark Maville.
And if we could have the next one move up to the front, just reduce the time. Appreciate it.
Good evening. So Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. I'm here with all positive remarks. So, and I come here often about bicycle riding, but it's really more than bicycle riding. It's transportation, climate action, public health, so much more, connecting with our community. Oh, I actually have the power? Cool. So there's a lot of good things that I'm seeing out there that are happening most recently. So if you haven't been on Quail Gardens Drive in the last day or two, I would encourage you to go out there. Our quick build roundabout is in. It's not perfect, they're still working on it, but it is functioning and it is beautiful and it is less expensive and it went in quicker. So also good things to come hopefully soon on Saxony. Westlake just got new pavement and brand new bike lanes. This is a huge corridor for safe routes to school, for kids going to SDA, Sunset, Ocean Knoll, OCMS. So this is awesome. We do still need Cheryl's on Requesa. And I noticed today, I know I said it was going to be all positive. I noticed today that the new pavement that went in on Nardo, we didn't get our Sharrows. So I'm not sure, that seems like a miss. I'll talk to staff about it. Striping now is in process on the western section of Santa Fe, and I think that's good because now people can understand what will come. There's been a lot of misunderstanding, a lot of negative comments, and it's a construction zone, and I think people haven't realized that. It's not fully baked, it's not completely in. Now with a little bit of striping, you can see what is to come. We have new pavement right out here in front of City Hall with brand new bike lanes as well on Vulcan, and that's awesome to see. All these things, I just want to appreciate staff for their continued trudging forward with these projects. They have a lot on their plates. Oftentimes, people are not all that happy about how long it takes, but these things take time. Big projects take even more time. So I'll probably be looking to you and talking to you more about just paint on the pavement improvements, not huge projects, because we can do a lot quicker with less money when it comes to paint. Next slide, I don't know. I never get through my slides, but I want to invite you yet again to come to a city cycling class. They're offered usually 2 times a month. If you don't ride a bike, that's okay. You can come for the first hour and kind of hear all the information that we're providing parents, young riders, older riders. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, new council members Schaefer and O'Hara, and Deputy Mayor and Mayor Ellers. We're happy to have you. My name is Peggy Walker. I work with San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. Our goal is to keep our youth alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and drug-free. We appreciate your work that intertwines with our mission, especially the passage of the recent tobacco-free public places ordinance. Thank you for that. In line with that, I came tonight regarding the recently released Surgeon General's report for the year, Eliminating Tobacco-Related Disease and Death, which focuses on addressing disparities in exposure to secondhand tobacco smoke and marijuana vapor. In a webinar today, this report was discussed in detail, and the overall conclusion is that there are significant policy gaps in controlling secondhand exposure to tobacco and marijuana vapor that are taking a higher toll on less advantaged people. These disparity gaps are highest among minorities, youth, low-income families, and those living in multi-unit housing. These populations are most vulnerable to exposure to the toxic effects of secondhand smoke and vapor, and there is no risk-free level of exposure to tobacco, smoke, or marijuana vapor, according to the Surgeon General. His report calls for comprehensive indoor smoke-free laws to break down health disparities. He suggests 100% smoke-free, vape-free, multi-unit housing policy is the most critical intervention to reduce disparities. This should cover all indoor emissions, including cigarettes, e-cigs, cigars, and marijuana vapor. Youth in our Hispanic youth groups attest to the fact, and their parents confirm, that secondhand smoke and marijuana vapor are problems in the multi-unit housing that they live in this area. So I came tonight to urge this council to address this disparity by creating a smoke-free, vape-free MUH law to protect our most vulnerable populations. In addition to allowing MUH residents to breathe clean air, the ripple effect of smoke-free, vape-free MUH laws will be to incentivize more people to quit and fewer young people to start. So I thank you for your consideration of smoke-free MUH housing ordinance.
Thank you.
Next speakers are Mark Maville, Lisa Provenzano, Jennifer Hewitson, and then Sheila Cameron.
Council, Mark Maville. I want to give a little shout out to Kathy Hollywood for all the work she does on the agenda. That's a lot of work, and I talked to her for a little bit about that, and very helpful. The new council, great. Joy, I think I really respect you. You're one of the key ones that came from the old school there, and we're all happy to have you here. Onward here. The development, Bella Vista, kind of a sham there. I was a victim of Cedar fires back in '03, and Stonefield was, out of Orange County, was our builder. They did over 200 houses, 440 went down that day.
Yeah, Mark, if you can address us.
So, 440 went down that day, and tragic event, but they got such raving reviews. So if you need that number, I think it's time to replace whatever that dog and pony thing was that was going on there. Stoplights. Talked to some people here. It's gotten worse and worse on Encinitas Boulevard. You got to allow the traffic to go. The people that coming out of Lazy Acres can wait and give them at least another 20, 30 seconds to get on the freeway. Otherwise, you got this back up. I got hit by a car on Saturday night, so I'm okay. He just kind of got my feet a little bit, grazed me, but kind of a tough guy. I didn't really whine about it. I'm not whining now either. Cannabis huts, you're right. Revote on that. The pink cocaine's coming out. It's designed by the cartel to kill. It's not going to be something that's going to be lightweight. So it's Narcan can't handle it. Xylazine can't handle it. There's no antidote at this point. And the chemists that go to school down there in Mexico have been recruited to build it that way. Whether you know that or not. The water situation, take Colin Parker very seriously. He can help you with that water reduction. Outside dining and the benches, I mean, you got the minority. Why did we take those benches out when the majority want those benches? You just take care of the element. Time limits, I'm a proponent of a little more time so you can empty the tank all the way, maybe go to 4 minutes, from 30 to 35, if that can ever maybe be considered. As far as the situation with the homeless, you got the cart before the horse on that one, son. It's basically you got to, why are they there? Why have they become that way? Why are they here? It's drugs and alcohol. And you got to take care of that before you can even identify them. And that's why we got the AA meeting that I've formulated. Bruce is behind it with material that we're going to need to rectify that. 20% if we get, that's 20% that may become productive individuals in society. So
Thank you.
Got to see what's going on. So anyway, I know Joy doesn't like multiple, but there you go.
Hi, my name's Lisa Provenzano. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff. Regarding developments in process and future developments, maybe this is a common practice, but I'm confused about the facts that Fox Point has said for the low-income units, we anticipate a staggered occupancy schedule with approximately 7 in January, 2 in February, 4 in March, 1 in April, 4 in May, 2 in June, 2 in August, 3 in September, 3 in November, 3 in March 2026, 3 in June 2026, and the last 4 in October 2026. Was this agreed to in the original contract? This is the first time I'm hearing about it. Maybe everyone else knows about it. Or is it a concession or a waiver? Was this the state's intention when they started giving all these concessions? I was under the impression that low-income housing was going to be apartments. Does this mean that construction of the units in the apartment building will be staggered also? Will it be completed in steps? If not, why are we staggering and over such a long period of time occupancy? Also, as I understand it, the low-income housing vouchers for Encinitas will take at least 10 years to get. Regarding the 4-story developments, the question asked of someone who was here from the fire department, the largest ladder truck we have is only a 3-story truck. I believe it was the planning committee, the developer responded, well, we have a partnership with other cities. I have not checked to see if they have 4-story trucks. They said, oh, they have hoses in the stairwells, but there are many circumstances that won't help. The roundabout is working great on Quail Gardens Drive, but if you could put bicycle stencils on those and on Leucadia Boulevard, because for some reason, some of the drivers believe that if you're on your bike, you shouldn't be in that roundabout, and when you cut over, they're not so willing to let you in. And then with concessions, if one developer has 4 projects in Encinitas, it must be extremely profitable. So if they say it's a cost thing, I find that hard to believe. Also with the city ordinance on trees, one developer said, oh, well, we couldn't put enough in because there wasn't room.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jennifer Hewitson, Wotan Drive. I showed up on December 10th to say goodbye and thank you to our past mayor and council members, and to witness the swearing in of our new members and Mayor Ellers. I didn't know much about you, you two new folks, but after the oaths of office, the most heartening point in that evening came with your opening statements. You spoke with sincerity, true emotion, and with serious dedication to the jobs you've taken on. I was encouraged and appreciated all that was expressed. I was surprised, however, by the speakers that followed, who immediately jumped in with what you must do, like follow the laws. This was stated by a number of them, including the local attorney to the developers. It was as though you needed to be told to abide by the law, and that they assume you plan to disregard some laws. Which laws? The density bonus laws, SB 330 and others, written of, by, and for the developers. Those same folks that the attorney makes a hefty living defending and whose abusive projects he promotes before this council. These laws serve only a few and are not the way to a better future for this town and community. Other density bonus laws, like AB 2345, were written by state representatives such as Lorena Gonzalez, the attorney's sister. This is a law allowing 50% density bonus in exchange for measly drips and drops of low-income units, mixed in with the mostly high-priced market rate ones. They now have added another 50% on top of that, by the way, allowing 100% bonuses on some projects. The big lie is that we gain low-income housing, but we gain way too little for what we lose with this destructive forced density. There are better ways to accomplish the goals for low-income housing, and we need to work towards realistic efforts. I hope you take a close look, gain insight, study, and try to understand those laws they keep piling on, and get creative and creative attorneys as to how to legally find ways to maintain our own local objectives, limitations, and laws to protect the quality of life for all residents. This is not a free-for-all, though the building industry has nearly made it so. We need only look north to see the miserable results of allowing that free-for-all to continue. Money is the driver, greed is a freight train at full speed. Other speakers that night seemed to bring their social media arguments to the floor of council, stating things like they moved here 10 years ago despite what many people in this room think. I, for one, had no idea what was being referred to. I don't join in those social media battles I hear about, and I hope they will be left out of the council meetings in the future. I don't believe bringing that baggage is kind or inclusive. I hope we can all work together with a better Encinitas in mind. Thank you.
Final speaker under oral communications is Sheila Cameron.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and council members. So good to see you up there. I just have one word. It's called asbestos. I don't know if it was on 60 Minutes or another program this week, but they were talking about our water pipes particularly that are concrete, that are apparently lined with asbestos. And when the concrete breaks, the asbestos slips through, and it's poisoning our water and probably causing a lot of problems. I don't know what the state of our pipes are in this city, but I would like you all to look into it and check to see if we've got that kind of thing going on. That's a priority. We've got to get things like that fixed. Water's the most important thing we have in this state, in this country. Really can't live without it, and we have a tendency to neglect it. I appreciate everything the speakers have said tonight. Like I've said before, I love oral comments because you get all the views. It's wonderful. Thank you.
And that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, moving on to item number 6, report from closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At approximately 3:30, the City Council met in closed session. Shortly thereafter, at 3:35, they recessed into closed session itself. They discussed 5 matters that were on the closed session agenda. Those matters are 3 of them are closed session, conference with legal counsel for existing litigation in 3 cases, all under Government Code Section 54956.9. The first one is Obayashi versus City of Encinitas, case number 37-3024000-126-CU-NP-NC. The second one, closed session, Hart versus City of Encinitas, civil case number 37-200-2020, 0047994-CU-PO-NC. The third closed session existing litigation, Rosenstein versus City of Encinitas, case number 24CU-01302N. 2 items that were discussed under and significant exposure to litigation under Government Code Section 54956.9 subsection D. Those 2 cases were State of California versus City of Encinitas, and that matter related to the Rosenstein case that I just discussed. And then the second one was easement access under significant exposure to litigation. As to the first 2 litigation cases discussed, Obayashi versus City of Encinitas and Hart versus City of Encinitas, City Council took no action when in closed session. The third case I discussed, Rosenstein versus City of Encinitas, and the pending litigation, significant exposure litigation, State of California versus City of Encinitas. The City Council on a 4-0 vote, motion made by Deputy Mayor Lyons and seconded by President Ehlers to authorize settlement of the claim in the significant exposure litigation, State of California versus City of Encinitas. The City Council authorized the acceptance of defense and indemnity of the State of California in the case of Rosenstein versus City of Encinitas and the State of California. The second item discussed under under significant exposure litigation, the easement access item, City Council took no action in closed session. And that concludes my report from closed session.
Thank you. Let's see, the next is changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda other than what we've talked about? And I'll explain.
Mayor, there are no changes to the posted agenda. And then moving to the consent calendar, item 8D and item 8I have been pulled by members of the public.
Okay. So the changes to the agenda, we want to handle consent calendar first. I was going to recommend if we had anything pulled by only council members. Do we have any other items pulled by council members that weren't already pulled by the public? Oh, well, okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll do the consent calendar. We'll do the items on the consent calendar, the two that were pulled, and then we'll do 10A, and then 12A, we're going to do that out of order in case there are lots of people waiting, and then 10B we'll do last, if that's okay. So with that, we will move on to consent calendar.
And we have item 8D and item 8, God, I can't even talk, item 8I removed.
D is in dog,
D as in
correct?
dog,
Yeah.
and I.
I'll remove, I will approve. I'll move to approve.
Sorry, it was contagious.
Sorry about that. Items
catchy.
8A, 8B, 8C, 8E, 8F, 8G, 8H. That's it.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
That takes us to item 8D. And our public speaker is Sheila Cameron.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sheila Cameron, Leucadia. For the record, I've pulled consent item 8D tonight for two reasons. First, the story of Leucadia Boulevard, a BMW, and a black pickup. My husband was crossing into Saxony on a green light when a BMW driving west on Leucadia Boulevard, hell-bent to ignore the red traffic light, smashed into my husband's Jeep Trailblazer. The crash, sorry, I was told was heard 3 blocks and 2 streets away. My husband and dog were okay. My husband's very stoic. However, Dawn has AFib, and 3 weeks prior had been in the hospital for 24 hours for an ablation. People who have AFib know what that is. A week after the accident he had was called a flutter, which isn't fun, and required another visit to the heart doctor. Of course, the Jeep was totaled. The first responders told my husband that accidents at this juncture are happening all the time. Saxony and Leucadia Boulevard. Just last week, I was stopped for the red light at Leucadia and Saxony when a black pickup truck came flying through the red light, not hesitating for a moment. A lot of people with kids and dogs crossed there and could easily have been killed. Something's going to happen. Please figure out what kind of warning you can give to people to stop at that red light. Maybe more vigilance by the Sheriff's Department could help to deter this behavior. Secondly, I had a nice talk today with Bader Suleiman today about types of asphalt. I have a boring life. We discussed the use of rubberized asphalt being applied on Leucadia Boulevard from at least Quail Garden Street west to the traffic light at Saxony, as this is a steep slope and carries a lot of traffic, including young kids on their motorbikes. I am familiar with this kind of asphalt. It has a braking resistance texture. And I think the first time we used it and approved of it was when I was on council. And I don't know how many times it's been used since, but it is also a cost savings. You, mayor, and council can select and recommend that rubberized asphalt be used, and at least one way to slow people down when approaching the Leucadia Boulevard and Sac City traffic light. I'm asking you to do that. And, we're growing people, we're growing traffic. We need to grow safety for all of us around here. I was talking to a gal the other day, she's only been here 3 years, and she said, I've lived in Boston and New York City, and I can't believe the way people drive around here. She's seen 2 accidents, one of them a person killed. Kind of sad. Thank you.
Let's see, do we need a staff report with that? I don't. I was going to pull this one also. I had a few other questions I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if anybody else has any. Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Ehlers. Thank you for your presentation, Sheila. I'm sorry for that information, and I'm glad that you report your family's okay. I did have a question associated with something that was just brought up, and it has to do with the rubberized asphalt. So this is directed to staff. I was aware that it's a quieter asphalt, but I wasn't aware that it was a less expensive. Is that something we can maybe drill down into at another time? Should we drill down into another time, or is that something can be easily answered?
That is correct. Essentially, the rubber additive does help with improving noise reduction as well as skid resistance, as the resident had explained.
And more specifically, my question was about cost. Do you have information? Is it less expensive?
Currently, rubberized asphalt runs for $30 per ton more than conventional asphalt, so it is a price increase per tonnage. However, we do have a grant associated with this project that will help offset that cost.
Oh, it's good to hear. Thank you. I did have one other comment, and it was just more of a statement, and then I'll yield the floor. I did want to note for the public that Birmingham Drive from San Elijo to I-5 is on this list of pavement rehabilitation as an overlay, and we've known that it's needed some improvement for some years, and we have a fully designed complete street solution for Birmingham. So we've been trying to find funding for the higher level of improvement for quite a while, and we've had trouble being able to secure the right funding from grants and other sources. So at this point, we are going to move forward with the overlay as is stated here in this document. So I just wanted to just report that and make a statement. Thank you.
And then I had a few items I wanted to go over. First, the selection of the streets and just how I know we're going out to get quotes. Can we then, and we have some add alternates on there, can we have further discussions later if we want to change some of the priorities and move it around? When does this get locked down into a contract?
When the contract is executed with the contractor, that's when it is more or less set in stone, and adding streets becomes increasingly more difficult and more expensive. But moving forward, we are able to maintain discussion with council to see what other streets could be added to this project.
And we'd bring it back to do it in public meeting, of course, right? If we made any changes.
So just for some additional information, I believe this is the second time this list is before council, and the intent tonight was to approve this list so we could advertise this list.
Right.
So if we wanted to make changes, that would delay the start of this project, but that's something council can direct us to do.
So could we continue this until January meeting? Would that upset the apple cart too much? I know we have a lot of people waiting, and I think there's probably more thorough discussion, and we have a new council is the other thing. And come February 1st, roughly, we'll have a 5th council member. So it would be, if we could, delaying it till the first council meeting in February would be ideal, possibly January.
Sure, we'll take whatever direction you'd like to give us. We'll bring it back whenever you'd like to see it.
My question is first, what's the impact to your schedule in getting this done so that it's done on a timely manner? And, when do we plan to make the next step on this?
The intention with this street list here for approval would be to go for construction bids in January and shortly after that award a contract. We were planning to get into construction in early spring of next year for this project.
Early spring of 2025.
Correct.
So I don't know if anybody else on the council has any desire to review this more thoroughly or not. I'd like to hear from you.
I do think it'd be good to reach out and look over this list a little bit more, dive into some of the changes that were made to it, and address some emails we've received regarding the finished product. I was more chiming in because I wanted to parallel Councilmember Lyons' discussion. I spoke with the staff regarding the use of recycled pavement, I believe, and is an environmentally friendly option that I believe comes in about the same price as $30 per unit. And it also helps us with our climate action plan, I believe. It does have a high safety rating. And I don't know that we discussed the noise of the road itself. I don't know if that's something we can do. I'd like to direct staff to do a comparison of Councilmember Lyons' suggestion, my suggestion, maybe bring in if we can find out all those variables that are important to this decision. I think that would be really helpful in this process. It would also give us a price list or a way to price out that list of roads you're looking to follow through on. We'll have all the information in front of us at that time.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lyons, I'm still getting used to saying that instead of council member.
Thank you, Mayor Ehlers. While I didn't mean to imply that I would need more time, we've already seen this a couple times, and we were given the due amount of time to review it and also staff briefings. So I feel like we've got enough information in front of us to move forward with this very fundamental item that will help improve the quality of our streets throughout the city. So I didn't mean to imply that I was interested in more analysis, so I just wanted to clarify that. I would not support continuing this.
Okay. And then I wanted to go a little further on why I'm going down this path. I anticipate that we'll get a fifth member of council up here in February. Towards the end of February, on the 24th, we will have, we're tentatively planning an off-site strategy meeting, as is done annually by the council, where we could decide we might want to put more money into pavement. Right now, we get roughly $4.2 million this year from Transnet and the other fixed funding sources. But we may choose as a council to put more funding into basic pavement, in which case we'd have to do it as an alternate, or I'm not quite sure how. If we do that, what happens? How would we work that into this kind of bid if we go out for the bid right now?
So depending on the magnitude of the change and the amount of additional funding available, we could change order the additional work into the contract. If it's more than 25% of the contract value, then sometimes we run into challenges. But we could also do a second contract as well, a subsequent contract if that's something council wanted to do.
Okay. And then the backdrop against this, I asked some questions during my briefing, and Director Bankston came back with some good answers. If you could cover the PCI history and the decline, and then I was looking for an order of magnitude. So when we get into budgeting, we can talk about how much additional money do we need in order to stop the decline and even recover and get back to where we were 10 years ago or so.
We thought that might come up, so Batter's got some slides for us.
So this graph you can see here, this is the historical PCI data for the past 10 years of Encinitas. You can see a slight downtrend from 2014 where the city PCI, which is a pavement condition index, it essentially assesses the citywide condition of all the pavement throughout the city, hovering around a 74 to a 75. That has slowly decreased to present day where we hover around 69 to 70. In large part due to a rise in asphalt costs and construction costs. And as we move forward here, this is a kind of a forecast given the approximate allocation that we get yearly for budgeting, or for paving, $4 million per year. 25% of that goes to design and construction management services, and we would anticipate a kind of similar downtrend moving forward with our PCI. This is sort of a forecast of what it would take to increase our PCI to 74 over the next 5 years, the amount of money that would need to be allocated in 2026 moving forward, hovering around $10 to $13 million per year.
And that's an increment of $6 to $9 million over what we get today, right?
Correct.
Increase.
Correct. And stretching that out to 10 years, more of a gradual increase in cost that would be allocated to the project to increase to that 74 level.
And that's like a $1 to $3 million per year, $4 million maybe per year additive.
Correct.
In order to bring it back up to 74. Okay. So I just want to make sure we all understood that, because we had this item agendized tonight, and I think it'll become important. Given the magnitude that would change it, I'm okay with moving forward with this tonight. But I think we could end up doing a additional contract. Maybe we can squeeze something in under, depending on what the budget decision is. But I know that one of the main issues I hear from constituents is asphalt condition in the city of Encinitas. So I want to be upfront and talk about it and address it. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Well, real quick, I just wanted to check in to make sure that we have, when we do see this in the future, talk about it post-budget, is talking about the post, that we have the post on Leucadia Boulevard, but they only exist between Saxony and Quail Gardens. Why don't they go any further? And then the follow-on question with that is, will this have any issues with any kind of microtransit possibilities or future microtransit, like we're going to be talking about in 8I, so.
So the bollards attached to this project on Leucadia Boulevard will simply replace the existing in-kind. So we're not adding any more, so there would be no impact to any microtransit for this paving project. We can certainly speak with our traffic division and see what opportunities there are to extend that through Leucadia Boulevard.
Thank you.
I just want to add real quick, we can always review on February 24th with the public's input all of these and add to this list if we feel there's one that we've missed or is necessary, just for the public's notice. Correct?
Yeah. Oops. Hang on. There we go. Yeah, but I think the whole point was if it's significant, like more than 25%, we probably have to go back through a separate contract. So it all comes down to where we put our money in the budget.
And as we catch up with this list of streets, the closer we get to being kept up, the less expensive it becomes and the fewer we have to do annually, correct?
That's a question for staff.
Yes, so we've got kind of a long way to go, but once we get there, the cost to maintain what we have in good condition will be much cheaper than getting to that good condition.
And so the follow-on question to that long way to go is the 5-year or the 10-year mark going to be the longest, which one's the long one that's acceptable for what we're looking for?
So we'll rely on council to let us know what PCI we're going to aim for. So we heard some feedback that 74, 75 is where some people were happy. There are other cities that aim for 80, so it'll just kind of depend on, there are other cities that aim for 70. So it just depends on where council would like to see us.
Well, I think also is one of the biggest things is one for obviously safety, but two for where the cost drops off significantly and making sure that we're ahead of that so that we don't find ourselves in from my understanding, it's like triple the cost once we go below a certain point, and that's significant. So if we don't spend it up front, we're going to end up sitting on the backside, and it's just to get caught back up to where we are. So I'm asking, what is the recommended? You show a 5-year, you show a 10-year plan. Which plan should we be on if this was your city and you were running it?
Staff doesn't provide that kind of information.
Gotcha.
We rely on council.
Gotcha.
Thank you. That's our direction, yeah. And my purpose for asking for that information was preparatory to our budgeting cycle so we could all understand what the magnitude of the problem or the decline is, what the underfunding from the outside sources is, what order of magnitude.
And the 5-year model is a 25% increase. So we're going to be there at that. If we at that time think that we want to be on the 5-year model, if you want to pull up the 5-year modeling, it shows it's a pretty significant increase. It is a 25% increase from our
No,
current.
it's much more than it.
Correct.
So if you look at this, it is well, like the second year, 10 million means you're 6 million over the roughly 4 million we get.
Greater than 25%.
Yeah, that's great.
the whole
way
point.
greater.
Yes.
Okay.
So my point is we're already to that point. So if we're going to be doing that, then it might be worth delaying for that decision if we're going to have to do a whole new rebid. Was that my understanding? Or we're just going to add to the current bid?
It depends on how much money you're able to put into paving, but again, we could also do just a secondary contract for paving that wouldn't delay the current contract.
Yeah. And that's what I heard, and that's why I'm willing to move forward tonight. So I'll support.
Yeah.
I'll do a motion if you want me to. But
Oh.
yeah. I'll do a motion that we approve item 8D.
Second the motion. The motion.
Any other discussion? And then we'll call the question.
Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item 8I, and the speaker is Ron Medak.
Good evening, Council, and congratulations to the new members, and congratulations to our new mayor. I wanted to speak to 8I. I read through that. It was a pretty extensive attachment, and as I understand it, this is basically a proposal for a study of a microtransit system that's going to be instituting a system that's reminiscent of Uber in the form of vans using a phone app for apparently disadvantaged people that wouldn't otherwise have transportation, although I'm sure they have transportation of some kind at this point. So, and it's being put forward that it doesn't cost anything, but of course that's not exactly correct. Whereas $50,000 came from Fox Point Farms, from an agreement that was made with previous city councils, and the result is Fox Point Farms. And then the other was from the San Diego Community Power, which was imposed in the city of Encinitas without citizens really being even aware that it was happening, and then they had to opt out if they didn't want to have them. That's $100,000. Then the other $122,000 of value is not in cash, but it's in kind, which is the consultant value from the Alliance for Sustainable Energy. So it may not cost anything additionally right now, but in the future, if this goes forward, there is going to be a cost, and that cost to be the vans, the vehicles, the places for them to stop, and all the infrastructure to support that, including people and software, et cetera. I don't think it's something we really need. I think that at this point, the citizens spoke very clearly that they do not want to have money spent frivolously, as has happened quite a bit in the past in this city. So I'd request that this is dropped at this point. Thank you.
Okay. And anybody else want to speak on this item? If you, Deputy Mayor Lyons, and are you guys on the right page that it shows up on mine? You have to be on the floor, and then there you go. I see Schaefer. Perfect.
Thank you, Mayor.
That'll help me.
I would like a staff report, and maybe if you could kind of hone your comments on what this is and what it's not. And I'll just preface that by saying a study is intended to evaluate a lot and then give us data about cost, but maybe you'll be more articulate than I am about what this is and what it is not.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Ehlers, members of the council, and the public. I'm Nick Buck, the city's mobility manager. I do have a brief presentation this evening, if that's okay with you, if I give that. Also, since this work began with our sustainability division, I have with me this evening our sustainability manager, Crystal Nahara. First, and we'll get to this again toward the end of the presentation, but this is the item before you as item 8I, Microtransit study. First, the project history. So in 2018, the council adopted Climate Action Plan, included CET2, which is Implement a Local Shuttle Program. In 21, the council adopted Resolution 2021-06, which is the Fox Point Farms contribution of $50,000 toward a microtransit solution. Then in February of 2024, Council gave authorization to apply for the EECBG block, that's the block grant to complete a microtransit study. That's the amount of $122,780. Then in March of 2024, Council authorized staff to apply for the San Diego Community Power Member Agency Grant Program to complete that microtransit study, and that was awarded in the amount of $50,000. And then from June 2024 to present, grants were awarded and the draft scope of work has been developed. Kind of backing up a step here, what is microtransit? So it's an on-demand or a scheduled shared ride transportation service that utilizes technology to provide flexible routing and scheduling. Key characteristics you see here are that it's technology enabled, that there are shared rides, that's kind of the nexus of the program, flexible routing, also using variable scheduling, and this is using right-sized vehicles. So that's vehicles smaller than buses. They could be things like vans, shuttles, or SUVs or other devices. Examples of local programs include a Go Side program in Oceanside. We have NCTD Plus in pilot in San Marcos. We've got the San Diego FRED program, the National City Frank program, pretty clever there. Chula Vista Community Shuttle, Pacific Beach Beach Bug, and Carlsbad Good Ride, a couple of those programs being pilots that ended in the past year. So the why here is we're talking about the transportation gaps. So traditional public transportation like buses and trains on fixed routes and schedules might not serve all areas of travel needs. And then private transportation, those are personally owned cars and vehicles, can be expensive, inconvenient, and contribute to congestion and pollution. That leaves a gap in transportation options, especially for first and last mile transit solutions, travel within low density areas, and for people without access to private vehicles or who don't want private vehicles. Benefits of microtransit, some include increased accessibility, improved efficiency, enhanced convenience, reduce environmental impact, and I'll note that that promotes shared mobility to reduce vehicle miles traveled and can utilize electric or alternative fuel vehicles, and also first and last mile and short trip solutions. That's bridging the gap between existing transit and people's homes or destinations. So with this item, the recommended actions are to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with the consultant for the microtransit study and to adopt resolution 2024-135 to amend the budget to appropriate funding toward that project. And that's the funding from the San Diego Community Power Grant and Fox Point Farms contribution. And last, to authorize the city manager to execute the San Diego Community Power Grant Program agreement and conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Buck. I would like to point out that this study is gathering information about what could be possible. It's not a commitment to do anything specific, and we wouldn't want to even pose that at this point until we have all the information. I like what you presented about how many of our neighboring cities have looked at these types of programs and solved it and put solutions forward. They've looked at the information like we're going to look at, and they have decided that this is something valuable to their constituents. So I have a lot of confidence that they have done something well, and they've done something that serves their population. So that's all I know right now, and I'm looking forward to learning more. I do want to just share one last piece of information that I really carry forward when I support this item, and that is that in my district, we have Mira Costa Community College, and they're a really important partner in our community. A lot of students go to school there, and they are interested in solving that last mile puzzle that we have. A lot of their students will take the train, they'll bike to the train, they'll take the train, and then, they sometimes are challenged with how to get from the train to the college campus. For that point alone, if for no other reason, I think it'd be really a good gesture on our behalf and a good action on our behalf to look at what some of the possible solutions are to situations like that, where that last mile gap may be a challenge. And if we can help solve that last mile gap, and I don't know, maybe we'll say we can't, but let's look at it and see if there's something there that might be valuable to our constituents.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question, is this going to be kind of centralized at certain locations, or is it going to be throughout the town? Would it be like 101 corridor or El Camino corridor, getting people to and from on that certain location?
Good question. The study would be, it's a robust study. It'd be a real deep dive, and it would consider all options. So it would really start with a lot of research and then analysis of that data to determine, what the needs are, doing a needs assessment. There's a lot of outreach involved in the study, and then to determine what would be the best solution or the best options for Encinitas, and propose a number of different alternatives for us to consider, then to hone in on a solution or a version of a program that's best for us. So we wouldn't be going into this study with any preconceived idea of what this could be. Really leave that to the experts in this pretty major study to present us with those options.
And this study would last for how long?
It's expected that this study would conclude at the soonest in June of 2025, more likely toward the end of 25.
And if we're going to do it, I feel like it should probably be towards the end, because summer is a completely different beast than the winter in our town. So with everybody trying to use that big blue thing out there that we all live here, for, it needs to include that portion of it. I also think that the backdrop of, if you look at Sandag's website and go to the mode of transportation report, or the mode choice report, and it shows the different trends across all the different forms of transportation. I think that it's only applicable if we look at the backdrop of all of the other modes of transportation and the trends, and it needs to be posted ideally with this. Everything from cars, bikes, bus has got to be included, right? And trains. I think those are significant, because the bus and the trains would probably be a large portion of the users. And then also, I think a lot of the bikers, if they want to do grocery shopping and not use their bike because it might be too much to carry at that point, stuff of that nature, that those modes of transportation need to be brought with that study. When that study results are finalized, that they need to be shown kind of across the board. And then when I was looking at it, the most recent numbers I saw on Sandag's mode choice report was 2016. So it'd be great to see what they currently have, and then what the trend has been. If they don't have a trend, then at least see what the current status of 2024 is, or 2023 probably. So.
Yeah, staff are certainly enthused that this would be an up-to-date, this is a current report, and that it's uniquely Encinitas, specifically Encinitas. This isn't a Sandag study, it's not anyone else's, and it is a really deep dive on the needs of our community and to present options that really would serve our public best.
Correct. I want to make sure that it's the backdrop, right? If you're looking at something on an island, perspective is very hard to find, but we need perspective, and the only way to get perspective is from the bigger, where we exist. People are coming here as attempting to be a tourist location, and it might not be out of town tourists. It might be staycationers kind of thing from San Marcos, Carlsbad, people that are coming out here for the weekend kind of thing. So it is very important that we make sure that we have that backdrop of the ways that they get here. It might be from, again, the train bus model. So please include that in that, please.
Sure.
Okay, Councilmember O'Hara.
So I think Nick and I talked about this in our briefing, and I think one of the issues that was brought up in the public comment probably has a lot to do with trust. And I think that it was important, I know for me, that I discussed with Mr. Buck that the entities who are giving us the money have no bias given to them in the study. This is a non-biased study. It's holistic. The view is of the whole city. It's not for one property or another property or anything else. They're looking at the entire city in this. I do have two questions. Could you pull up the slide of the other cities who have done and I apologize for that. Yes, that slide. Do we have results or numbers? I don't see any provided here in the packet for their ridership, their usage rates, any of how it went for them. I see all the pilots have ended. They should have that data. Is there a way we could get that to look at going forward too, as well as?
Yeah, it's absolutely something we can, as much as they can provide it, that we can get to. And it's definitely a part of the study for our consultant to dig into all of these various programs and really understand the successes and failures and, what works, what doesn't. So certainly a part of the study there. I think that staff can probably get at some of this and report back to council on it as well. And, a couple of these programs are currently, our current NCTD Plus is a pilot program in San Marcos. So certainly, while it's happening now, and then there'll be an evaluation period with that program that we'll know more about and their findings. And a couple of them are current. A few of them are pilots have ended, so that information is available. So
I think if we could make sure we had that, then we could confirm that non-bias in our own study to make sure that we're getting results that echo what we're seeing elsewhere in our own study, based on their results. And importantly, I think in this, at the end of the study, are we committed to anything? Is there any commitment beyond that? I hear the concern that we're going to be tied to something, buying vehicles, buying anything else. Is there any other commitment to that?
No, there's not. This study is just to inform us on what some options could be for Encinitas and what would be the best fit for, the type of program to best serve our public. So no strings attached.
Okay. So I think as acting member of NCTD and with Sandag being involved with the board up here, the city council rather, information helps us make good decisions. Whether it's the holistic traffic plan around the city, beyond this micro study, whether it's getting students to Miracosta, which I believe is very, very important. I don't see how having extra information is going to be a bad thing. So I'm going to put a motion in to make this go forward.
Okay.
To approve.
Have a motion. Any second?
Yeah, I plan to second, but I just want to make a statement as well. As I do kind of second Jim's concern here. With the future of travel and automation and things coming down the line, there's a very important reality that transportation's in a very big change. And if you look at the course of history of when we went from the horse to the train, and then the train to the vehicle to the vehicle to the airplane, it changes significantly the locations that people end up congregating in and living in places that are important. And so understanding how our city is changing and developing with the massive change in numbers of people living here, but also the way we get around with, just earlier, a open speaker talking about the traffic and how bad it really is. So with that kind of model, I think this type of micro transit, mobility capability allows us to see kind of a greater whole of a stopgap between where we are currently with the autonomous vehicle or with our current driving, man-powered, to the autonomous moment. So it's really important to see how we bridge that gap, and this might be one of those. So I'll second the motion.
Okay, great. And then I'll hop in now. First question I have is baseline. Is this only envisioned for this study to be within the bounds of the city of Encinitas and no trips outside? Is that what's being studied?
Yeah, that's the plan. That's the assumption going in. There certainly will be collaboration with our, stakeholders, including neighbors to the north and south and all around, as well as our, regional transportation partners as well, NCTD and anyone else. So we'll be looking at it, both, yes, primarily to serve Encinitas, but also how this could connect with, other programs if any of those got off the ground. Also, we're certainly interested in seeing what evolves with, the potential for a regional solution as well. So, we do this study, and we'll certainly be keen on looking at anything else that, becomes available or something that we might participate in.
Yeah, and will it estimate demand? As far as, we expect this kind of demand from this location to this location. You mentioned certainly the train stop, shopping centers, schools, et cetera. So, and then will it take into account the impact of autonomous Uber, let's say? and what that might do, or Uber and social, the current rideshare programs?
Yeah, certainly. It'll consider every type of microtransit program in existence, nationally, state, local. So there are a lot of different versions of what microtransit looks like. And certainly we have to acknowledge that the technology is evolving quickly. And so autonomous vehicles will certainly be considered and, baked into this study. So yeah, we expect to get some good findings there as well.
Yeah, and I want to be cautious in what we do because, the estimate right now is 178 metric tons equivalent of CO2 being taken out. And I remember I go back to the B cycle estimate, and first of all, unsurprisingly to me, they went bankrupt, or at least the Trek backed out of it. I remember when I went through the numbers, and again, being the engineer, I go through the calculations, and if you look at that, it was 100%, the assumption in the offset there was 100% of all the rides were all offsetting gas rides, 100%, even though we probably have 15 to 20% electric cars. And then when I calculated the miles per gallon, it was assuming 20 miles to the gallon for 100%. So there were two, I would say, overstatements in what it was really offsetting. And I think the percentage of rides that were strictly recreational and would not have occurred had B-cycle not been there, I would have put in a huge percentage of the numbers. So I want to be very careful in making claims that we can show our math, so to speak, and that I think offline I'll come to you and talk to you about the 178 metric tons equivalent between now and 2030. The other thing is I look at this and it's a transportation, and if you can put that one slide you had up, that was perfect. We have quite a few cities neighboring us that are considering similar things, and we have some that have done pilots and have not yet continued, and we have the NCTD Plus, and I look at this and I go, wait, we have a regional plan, or people looking at a regional plan for microtransit. Hey, isn't that regional transit? Hey, isn't that NCTD? So, and I know in the proposal we are including an NCTD provided architected solution, and exactly the problem I talked about in my first question was if we only go to the edge of Encinitas, we're probably taking most of the traffic miles opportunities away from this microtransit. So we need to have this is a place where NCTD should shine. They should have the microtransit feeding their bigger transit so that they can get to other cities and we can take many vehicle miles off, many more trips. And so I want to make sure that this study very much includes NCTD, and I'll just tell you right up front that I'm biased, that I think this is an NCTD function, not a city function, and I hope that's where it lands in the end. So with that, we have I would make well, no, I'm good. With that, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other comments? So, did staff have any other requests for input or anything? You got some input here. But moving on. So with that, I think we'll call the question.
Motion carries unanimously. That now completes the consent calendar and takes us to item 10A.
So, staff report, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ellers, City Council, and City Manager. We are here to give the update on the Santa Fe Drive Improvement Project. What I'd first like to do is introduce our team. I am Matt Wadelski, the Principal Engineer here at the City of Encinitas. Next to me is Badr Suleiman, Engineer for the City of Encinitas. Next to Botter is Jill Bankston, the city engineer, and next to Jill is our fire marshal, Josh Gordon. Also with us is Eric Torsen from Tetra Tech. I apologize, fire chief. Sorry about that. Okay, so really quick, the Santa Fe Drive Corridor project, it basically runs from Interstate 5 all the way east to El Camino Real. It has been separated into sections, just for everybody's information. The western section, obviously the separation is at Evergreen Drive. West of Evergreen, we call it the western section. East is the east of it. Just for a little bit of information, these A, B, C, D, E, Fs, when we were designing the project, we had sections along the corridor, so it really doesn't mean anything beside, are we in section D in this section? Are we over in section A? So that's just what we have right here. That's where the project goes. So some background to get everybody up to speed. All the way back in 2017, Dan Burden was hired by the city. The city council wanted this, and Dan Burden was a mobility consultant. He consulted with the staff on all of the mobility projects in the city, and with that, memos came to council, and those recommendations were approved to have NACTO street guidelines implemented on CIP projects for mobility all throughout the city. And on August 9th, again, the Dan Burden recommendations specifically about the Santa Fe corridor were presented to council and adopted. It's kind of where this project came about. Also in 2017 into 2018, the staff applied for an active transportation grant along the eastern phase based on the recommendations from Dan Burden, and the city was successful to get that. $996,000 was total for that. And again, in 2018, a highway safety improvement program grant was applied for by the staff, and we did successfully get it, $692,000. So in 2018, what the corridor really was, it had two grants supporting the funding for it, and it was really kind of putting, as we call it, filling in gaps. Where sidewalks didn't exist, we were going to put sidewalks. Where bike lanes didn't exist, we were going to add bike lanes. And that's what the scope of both of these grants were. The HSIP grant, again, mainly on the western phase and having the mid-block crossing for San Diego Academy. The eastern phase, again, the adding sidewalks where it did not exist, and then adding some bike lanes where they did not exist. And so again, that's about $1.5 million was what the city had with grant funding. So as we got into 2019, the staff solicited, what we did was they combined the projects because they were saying, why do we want to piecemeal small pieces of the corridor? Let's make one corridor project. So all of the funding, all of the information was combined into one corridor project. And in 2019, requests for proposals went out, and the staff solicited proposals from design consultants to design the entire corridor. And then in April of 2020, the City Council did approve a design contract with Tetra Tech in order to design the entire corridor, western and eastern phase. After the contract was approved, the city also engaged in some other outreach. What we wanted to do was get a small focus group between 10 to 15 people that lived in the area and wanted to get input about it. So there were 2 meetings held with this focus group, 10 to 15 residents, and then about 5 to 6 consultants and staff that were on the city. And we talked about different ideas, buffered bike lanes, separated bike lanes, what type of landscaping, and that input was all gathered together to begin to form the design. And then as our consultant, Tetra Tech, they began the preliminary surveying, geotechnical investigation for the entire corridor. What came from that design, as we called it, was kind of the Rolls-Royce version, was separated bike lanes all throughout the entire corridor on both sides, protected intersections both at Nardo McKinnon and Benito Windsor, filling in sidewalks where they did not happen, and having a roundabout at Crest Drive. That is where the Crest Drive roundabout was initially on this project. The problem with this design was they had a lot of things. It was very expensive, and it didn't seem like the staff was going to be able to find the funding for it. But this was what was presented at our citizen participation plan back in March of 2021. And again, this was during the lockdown for everybody to remember. So this was a Zoom webinar meeting. I'm sure some of you here in this room probably attended that. We know there were over 100+ people that did attend. And again, after the meeting, it was realized that this is probably a little too much, so we want to scope this back a bit. So then back in August of 2021, a value engineered concept came about, and that was presented to the City Council and approved to reduce the scope, take some of the bells and whistles, quote unquote, off the corridor. Then the last thing in 2021, because we did change this design from the original citizen participation plan, we had to go out with a revised CPP, which was just done by mail in accordance with the city guidance. So the value engineered concept basically kept the separated bike lanes in front of the school, kept the mid-block crossing, went back to putting the sidewalk on the very western side where it was, and mainly as we got to the eastern phase, the separated bike lanes changed to a buffered bike lane, and this is where the roundabout at Crest was removed from the project. So this was what we came about and said, this is what we believe we can actually design and build and construct for the city. So as we got into 2022, we got the design plans up to 90% level. In February, the project of both eastern and western phase did go to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission approved the coastal development permit and the environmental determination. And then later that year in September, the City Council did approve the final design and authorized advertisement for the western phase only because the decision was made. We wanted to move with the western phase first, get it in front of the school, get those improvements to really help everything there. And then bidding for the western phase did start in late 2002. Unfortunately, what happened is we had to do multiple advertisements because our first few solicitations, the contract inputs we got back did not meet all of the city guidelines because there are federal requirements on the job, so we had to reject those bids. And then in the middle of 2023, State Senator Catherine Blakespear did get some money from the California State Legislature to get $3 million accounted to the project, which was very helpful. And then in August, the contract for the western phase was awarded to Tri-Group for $4.15 million. And the last thing, in 2023, staff presented this project with the upcoming construction to the San Diego Academy parents and the staff there. It's with the Principal Dolnick usually does a Donuts with Dolnick meeting on Friday mornings, and the staff did go there, and we presented this to the community at that meeting. So really quick, the western phase, what is it in a real quick nutshell here? Separated bike lanes on both sides of Santa Fe in the vicinity of the school, connecting those sidewalks so that, yes, there are pedestrians can walk all the way through. At the intersections on each side, we will have the pedestrian upgrades and the signal upgrades. We wanted that mid-block crossing with signalized access there, and the increased parking capacity, which came about as an input. We wanted to have that in, and the new bus stops to be constructed with this in accordance with NCTD. And we finally got to January 2024. We broke ground. So some of the things that we have done, the separated bike lane on the north side of Santa Fe Drive right now in vicinity, and what we obviously like about it is that gets the bicycles off of the road and onto a separated bike lane to help. Very same thing with the south side. Because the right-of-way was wide in front of the school, we have a separated bike lane right next to the existing sidewalk, protected by the reverse angle parking and the landscaping. That is installed. The dedicated bus stop on the west and the east side of Santa Fe have been installed, and the reverse angle parking can be seen. On the very western side of the corridor on the south, this used to be the edge of the road came into dirt and gravel, and there were no driveways really for these properties. So we have an elevated bike lane and an elevated sidewalk here, which really increases mobility and the safety here. This is right by Interstate 5. And then our last picture, as we said at the end of this, or the beginning of this week, we did get that striping installed on the corridor, which we are really happy about because we know it's giving a lot more back to the corridor at this time. Where are we? We have completed the sidewalks from Interstate 5 to Evergreen Drive. The separated bike lanes have been constructed and are tying into the intersections. The bus stops are in. Reverse angle parkings have been installed and striped. And the landscaping we anticipate to be done by mid-January next year. What does that leave out? We do not have the protected intersections and the signal improvements at Bernardo McKinnon and Benita Windsor, and we need to get that mid-block crossing at SDA. So what the staff is recommending tonight is we would like to defer constructing those protected intersections and the intersection improvements and leave what we have constructed along the corridor now to tie into the existing intersections there. This will give the corridor back to the city. We know that they have been dealing with construction traffic and some frustrating situations, and we really would like to get this done. We can close out this contract, and we can defer this work, not remove, but defer this to a later time. It can either be put on the Santa Fe East project, which has to be done coming next year, or council could have staff do a separate project for the signal work and the protected intersections by itself. And lastly, what's the interim condition that everybody's possibly worried about? The improvements that have been installed on the corridor tie into the existing intersections. A rapid rectangular flashing beacon could be installed here for the mid-block crossing, and the bike lanes going through the intersections. And the corridor will function and will be safe, and the construction traffic and the bollards will be removed. And thank you very much, and staff is eager here to answer questions and solicit input from the community and take direction from the council.
So first we'll take clarifying questions from council. Any clarifying questions? Deputy
Yes.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Ehlers. Yeah, from staff, I'd like to get a clarification. This project has been conducted under our standard procedures for hiring licensed design professionals and engineers and fully licensed and bonded contractors, meeting all of the city standards for mobility and safety and transportation?
That's correct.
That's what I thought. This is in my district, and so I've been the primary holder of the torch for this project since I came on to City Council in March of 2021. And it's a very important corridor for me. So one of the things I don't think you touched on, Matt, is that these obviously you did present that these are two separate segments, but they are seen as an entire improvement from I-5 to El Camino Real. In other words, it is only an improvement for mobility and safety if it creates that continuity from I-5 to El Camino Real?
Yes, that's correct. The eastern segment goes all the way to El Camino Real.
And the only reason, well, tell me, I don't want to put words in your mouth. So they're divided into segments for what reason?
The project was separated to the western and eastern phase, first of all, because of the grants that supported on each side, because we knew paperwork and trying to keep everything straight was there, and then for cost.
Okay, thank you. That's my clarifying questions.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes. So it was my understanding that this, the current construction team they're behind on getting the final product that they need to finish the project on the west side. Is that correct?
This contractor is a little behind on the schedule right now, yes.
So we're not stopping this for anything other than, or the stopping is going to be happening no matter what. The construction materials are going to take, what, 6 months, 8 months is what I heard?
To construct the protected intersections and the signal improvements, the lead time is 6 to 7 months to get that equipment.
Gotcha. So at this time, it is going to be stopping, the actual construction stopping. So really what we're doing for the next at least 3 months is taking down all the construction equipment and all of the you said, the bollards, the cones, and the striping will be there. So now it gives us a chance to live in it. Is that kind of like while we're waiting for materials is kind of the...
That's correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure that the crowd knows that the project is stopping not because we're requesting to stop. It's stopping for the materials to be caught up. And while we're waiting, we're going to go ahead and see how it lives while we wait. And that gives us time to see, hey, do we want to do the intersections? And I think that I would request that we revisit this at the end of February, beginning of March, before we jump into that? So, yeah, I'll leave it there.
We are questions of clarification, so this is asking staff if you had any questions out of there. You're slipping into deliberation, which is fine. That's why I was slowing you down. Do we have public comments?
Just a few. We have approximately 20.
Wow. Okay. And we'll get these in before we do a break. So let's same request. If you're next up, come up to the front row. Even two behind, come up, because I think we can really cut down that dwell time.
Yeah, I'll start calling forward at a time, and like the mayor mentioned, if you come sit in the front row and are ready to speak. The first speaker is Senator Catherine Blakespear, followed by Bernadette Dillon with a time donation from Liz Santos, followed by John Smith, and then Jessica Toth.
Okay, well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Deputy Mayor. It's great to see the two new who have been elected. I am Senator Catherine Blakespear, and I represent Encinitas. 2 years ago, I was sitting in the mayor's seat, and this is my first time back in the council chambers. I'm excited to be here talking. I'm hearing about Microtransit and Pavement Quality Index and all the really important things that you're doing. I'm here to advocate for, I understand the need to terminate this contract for various reasons, but I'm here to advocate for the actual complete project to be built. Because the reality of the protected intersections and the mid-block crossings is that they are critical to be able to create the safety that this project envisions. And I think it's important to remember what a lot of the road projects that we see in Encinitas, they are designed around the concept of Vision Zero. And Vision Zero recognizes that people will make mistakes. People who are driving will make mistakes, people walking and biking will. But with the proper road designs and related policies like speed limit, that those mistakes don't have to result in severe injuries and fatalities. So we're trying to give people in all sorts of ways with all the projects we've done, ways to have the ability for people to walk and bike safely and for us to have safer roads. And we know that that eastern section, what I'm very concerned about is that what is being telegraphed here from the staff and from the reality of your budget, which is it's very important to fund pavement quality, and I completely agree with that and advocated vigorously for it. But when you're also trying to site a fire station and you're trying to pay your debt service and you're trying to accommodate the employee requirement raises that have been previously agreed to and all the other things in your budget, you will find that you don't have that much money. And so it's very important, that second phase, because it is 1 mile from SDA to El Camino Real, 1 mile. And so to have a project that is only half completed and then is put back together and you live in it, but when you live in it, you don't see what it could be completely. And who does see are the experts. So that's why you ask the experts, tell me how to create this functionality. What is the design that creates that? And we had the tragedy of Brody Champlain Kingman, who was killed, and he was going to SDA on his bicycle at the El Camino Real Santa Fe intersection in that area right there. And we have had other fatalities on our roads. And going back to the Vision Zero, if you invest in these projects, you will have safer streets. And I know that there are so many concerns and complaints and individual, we don't want to do back-in parking, or we don't need this or that. And what I say to that is we have back-in parking that was just put in on Highway 101, is working great, but also leave it to the experts.
Hang on. Please let her speak. I mean, let's be fair. Let's be polite. We need to let everybody speak openly and have free time to speak. Please continue.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. I do appreciate being able to finish my comments. So the point is that instead of you micro-engineering it, that you look at the way the project was designed, live in it, like you said. I think you'll find a lot of the things work when they're open. There's always concern about the projects. And in Encinitas in the last 10 years, all of the projects, once they've been opened, have been loved. The Coastal Rail Trail, the Highway 101 improvement projects, which add features that people love. So in conclusion, I was happy to be able to provide $3 million of $4.1 million to the city of Encinitas to build a really important project that had been years in the making. The city has spent more than $7 million on this project total. I hope you don't use your very limited general fund money to rip out things that are already in, and I hope you prioritize funding the rest of it, because it really does matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bernadette Dillon, and I have lived in Encinitas for 31 years. The planter boxes and the backup parking does not work. These kids are brand new drivers at SDA. They don't know how to navigate traffic. They're still learning. There's 2,000 students at SDA. These kids are just beginning their driving experience, and to expect them to navigate gridlock three times a day, I have seen way too many kids almost be killed. I have spent 20 minutes in traffic from El Camino Real to where I live off of Santa Fe Avenue. It is not okay. Those planter boxes were a waste of money. That money could have been used to put in a roundabout at Crest Drive. That would have protected lives. That would keep the community safe. It would slow down traffic. I see people blow through those red lights. Red stop signs all the time. If they don't see any other company, go right through. The other thing is, where McKinnon meets Santa Fe, somebody didn't measure correctly, because there is no way a fire truck, paramedic, police car, or other emergency vehicle can make a right-hand turn without going into the left-hand drive. Period. They didn't measure it, they didn't double check it, and somebody's gonna get hurt. If an ambulance is coming from Scripps Hospital to get to an accident in Section B that they have up there, they can't get through gridlock traffic. The handbook for California says we're supposed to move over. During gridlock traffic, you can't move over. There's nowhere for you to go. That means that ambulance, that fire truck, that police cannot get to the person they need to get to. Those planter boxes need to go out. You need to restore that part of Santa Fe Drive so there is room for people to move over and let the emergency vehicles go through. People coming out of SDA are playing chicken every morning and every afternoon trying to get out of SDA to go either eastbound or westbound on Santa Fe Drive. There's no protection. And if some new kid is trying to learn to drive and they're trying to get to school on time, somebody's gonna get hurt. And now it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And the city of Encinitas doesn't need a multi-million-dollar lawsuit from an angry family whose child was killed because somebody who didn't know or understand backing up into one of those stalls hits a kid. Because I gotta tell you, I've seen those kids go through those backup stalls, no brakes, no nothing, because they're shooting across the street to get to SDA. This is so dangerous. This whole section of B needs to be rethought out. It needs to be fixed. Those planter boxes have got to go. That backup parking has got to go for the safety of the people of Encinitas and especially the kids on bikes. Somebody's going to get hurt, and it's just going to be a heartbreaking situation. I thank you for your time.
John Smith, followed by Jessica Toth, then Harry Phillips, and Peter Brown.
Hello. I don't think I can follow that. That was excellent. I live on Ballore Drive. My name's John Smith. I live at 1164 Ballore Drive. And I'm seeing all the action. I lived there 23 years, and I've seen a lot of things. I was also on the committee, the Zoom meeting back in March 2021. And I guess what I'm missing is the part that says that we were going to vote for having those planter boxes in our roadway. It was never mentioned. A quote from there was a sheet with all the citizens' comments that was sent to me. And it states in here that each phase should take about 6 months. Now let's go back to 2021 when this meeting was. We're working on almost 4 years. See, when I worked for the Water District, I helped put through Leucadia Boulevard. That took a couple of years. All of Target Center was built in a couple of years. This is kind of insane. It's an embarrassment. You know, simply said, the Golden Gate Bridge took 4 years. We're going on 4 years. You know, it's sad. Okay, that's all I have. All I can just say is, I live on Ballore. They got crossing guards for Ocean Knoll. They got traffic backed up from Melba to Santa Fe Drive. Matt, please put that signal in at Ballore Drive. Please. Okay, we need a signal there. I mean, I like to see a roundabout there too. I mean, the thing what really doesn't add up is we agreed to the roundabout at Crest Drive, which is just like the perfect situation. I can't say it enough. I can't think of another intersection in this town that needs one better than that right there. And then we said, well, in several places I can point out, well, we're saving money, so we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to put in planter boxes. That's all I got. Thank you for what you do. I appreciate it. I really do. I love this city.
Next.
I'm Jessica Toth. I have been a Cardiff resident for over 30 years, and the first time I came to City Council, I realized, was in around 2007. I'd never been to a City Council meeting before, and it was to get a crosswalk across McKinnon for the kids at Ada Harris. It was my daughter was a third grader. And I think the key here is to think of the kids. What we, at that time, Teresa Barth came out to Ada Harris and watched at 3 p.m. as the kids were darting across the street. And that's what I see at SDA, too. So I don't know what exactly the right solution is. I am all for improving the way that it was. I happened to bike along Santa Fe last weekend, and it was definitely better than when I had biked along there before, because the bike lane is off the roadway. So don't know what the right solution is, but please think about from the kids' point of view. I encourage you, if you haven't been there, just as school is starting, or midday, or at the end of the day, we have to find the right solution for the kids. Thank you.
Next speaker is Harry Phillips, followed by Peter Brown, Natalie Satoon, with time donation from Ellen Burr and Sheila Cameron, and then Brad Lefkowitz.
I'd like to welcome the new council and the returning members. I appreciate what you do for this city. My family moved here probably back, I think it was 1929 or 1930, so they've been here a long time. I wasn't born here, but I grew up here. And I love this city, and I just cannot believe the disaster of Santa Fe Drive. It really is, and I'm gonna put this bluntly, this is the G-rated version. My 90-year-old friend, I was trying to be polite and ask her what she thought of it. Oh, and she goes, "You mean that shit show on Santa Fe?" That's the G-rated version. You know, and I mean, it's really bad, especially for the kids, like it's been said. They have a hard enough driving forward, let alone trying to back into a space. And especially the one that as you're heading west on Santa Fe, right there by Nardo, how are you going to get into that first spot? You're going to block the intersection and then back in? I mean, I think there was some bandwidth-deprived individuals that were designing this. And I think we need to look at it. And again, and you know, there's nothing wrong with stopping and correcting, but I think we need to get rid of those planters. And we can fix the situation and make it better for everybody, not just the students, but the parents that have to go and pick them up. If you've ever been there in that time frame, it's a disaster. It's faster if you're going south on 5 and you live north of Santa Fe, it's faster to go to Encinitas Boulevard and deal with all that traffic than it is to try to get on Santa Fe. You don't believe me? Go get in line. Try to make a left turn. Try to go straight. It doesn't matter. You're blocked all the time. And then you throw in the students that are running around like random individuals. Nothing wrong with that. That's what students do. And you're trying to drive through that. It is a terrible thing to do. and you guys have the ability to fix this, or at least mitigate some of the negative things that have happened in this construction. And I really encourage you to do so, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Peter Brown, and my statement is the Santa Fe Drive is an arterial road, a main artery, and it still needs to function as one with safety. And so my concerns are the primary function of an arterial road is to deliver traffic from collector roads to freeways and between urban centers at the highest level of service possible. Narrowing roads, removing left turn lanes into the high school is a major contradiction to this. It will congest traffic, reroute school traffic and other traffic, including myself, through residential streets. My research reveals that arterial roads with a peak left turn rates greater than 300 cars per hour at peak times requires left turn lanes. The city had left turn lanes, and yet you have taken them out, as I see it now. Maybe I'm wrong. But this is taking away efficiency and safety, both of which are mandated concerns in traffic engineering. In their place, you are replacing them with frustrated drivers, stress, faulty drivers' decisions, and possibly risky maneuvers on both Santa Fe and the residential streets. It seems that the city or your engineers have overlooked that school zones have an even higher standard of due diligence to provide for efficiency of traffic flow and safety. If you're referring to Part 7, Traffic Control for School Areas, Chapter 7A has lots of requirements that have not been addressed in this installation. I also wonder, has Title V even been considered? There are lots of other roads and codes to consider. Or is the city only concerned with counting trees and parking totals as more important than safety or mobility through our town? As a layman, the code sections are maybe not cited in the exact proper format, but that's where you guys are supposed to do your own due diligence. Does Encinitas have a school traffic control plan? Do you do your own diligence? I mean, that meets, now here's what, do you have a school traffic control plan that meets the conformity requirements of Chapter 7A, Section 3? Was your traffic engineer licensed as a TE or only a civil or other engineer? Did any city staff ever read the Traffic Engineering Handbook, now in its 7th edition? Or how about the recent book, Killed by a Traffic Engineer? That came out just recently in June. The title is ominous, but I believe the city of Encinitas can do better, and we expect you to do better than this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Ehlers, council members, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. Thank you for reviewing the Santa Fe corridor. I'm here as a mom resident residing on the corner of Santa Fe and Evergreen, who has witnessed numerous accidents on this road, including an ambulance creeping down Santa Fe in traffic just this Monday. I'm asking that this council pause this project, not allow only one eastbound lane, one westbound lane, and a median lane, and not encase travel lanes with restrictive barriers. For the past year, I've pleaded with council to address the dangerous Santa Fe corridor after seeing 3 students on bikes involved in accidents and 5 other vehicle versus vehicle accidents, one being a complete rollover and another one, the December 6th accident, leaving a person critically injured. Working from home, I hear first responder sirens utilizing Santa Fe. 800 Santa Fe, the rehab facility, receives multiple calls each week. Former council planned an exploratory project designed in an area that is home to 2 senior resident facilities, a rehab facility adjacent to SDA, the San Diego Academy, Bobby Riggs Tennis Club, and the main corridor leading to Scripps Hospital. Twice a day and for lunch, students from SDA are also commuting on bikes and as pedestrians. Bobby Riggs recently converted pickleball courts, and now residential streets behind courts are infiltrated. Last Monday, Abe Bandigan came to observe traffic and explain how the new crosswalk at the corner of Santa Fe and Evergreen was realistic. It's not logical at all. While Abe and I were observing, he also noted the speeding between Windsor and Evergreen, illegal U-turns, limited visibility on Evergreen looking west on Santa Fe, and safely navigating a left-hand turn onto Santa Fe with speeding vehicles summiting the eastbound rise between Windsor and Evergreen. Often there is decreased visibility from Evergreen on the coming westbound on Santa Fe, where oversized vehicles park on the south shoulder of Santa Fe. Abe suggested several options to address safety, including a speed table. During our conversation, Abe also provided information about the project, including back-end parking. He estimated that each back-end parking attempt would encompass a 30-second delay and a 20-car backup for the vehicle to successfully park. He stated each attempt would likely require an initial reverse, a forward advance to straighten, and a second reversal into the spot. By the time Abe left, he confirmed my concerns are worthy of design revision. I also had a subsequent telephone conversation with Captain Gordon, stemming from a public records request. My request was to define how many times Santa Fe was utilized responding to emergency calls. EFD currently does not have GPS capability to discern which routes are utilized. Captain Gordon did confirm that Santa Fe is utilized greater than 200 times annually, prohibiting the use of speed tables, since speed tables slow response times by approximately 15 seconds. Captain Gordon voiced his approval for this project, commenting that his engineers can safely navigate traffic with a 30-foot width. He confirmed that the widest engine is 8 foot 8 inches. In other comments, Captain Gordon also confirmed that some drivers are uncertain how to pull over when an emergency vehicle or ambulance approaches en route to a response. I commented that vehicles have already been using the back-end parking, many exceeding the length of the spots, the front of the vehicle extending into what will be a 10-foot traffic lane. Yesterday, I took video footage of cars being required to use the newly striped median because the eastbound lane was inaccessible, with the back end of a truck impeding half of the eastbound traffic lane. The current project has 3 lanes, each 10 feet in width, with concrete parking curbs on either side. Given I drive this daily and hear the volume of sirens, I started doing the math with the lanes, the bottleneck of traffic, and do not agree that this is safe for pedestrians, vehicles, or cyclists. Below is a portion of my email to Captain Gordon. Santa Fe isn't eligible for speed tables, good, because they delay response times by 15 seconds on a road that has more than 200 calls. So in keeping that 15-second issue in mind, there are 2 high traffic times each school day where Santa Fe will have solid westbound traffic trying to make the right-hand turn into Santa Fe. The eastbound traffic is flowing, and the middle lane, the median, will have eastbound cars stacked waiting to make a left-hand turn into Santa Fe. All 3 lanes will be spoken for, while back-end parking spots will also be full. Let's say for worst-case scenario purposes, it will happen that emergency calls will occur during high traffic times for both the EFD and the sheriff. And would an emergency vehicle trying to make its way through this imaginary 4th lane, while all 3 of these lanes are occupied, would it not be slowed for 15 seconds? It seems these factors would create a significantly longer delay than the 15-second speed table. Also, it needs to be taken into consideration that many of the vehicles already using these spots are too long and may have their nose into the westbound and eastbound lanes. I see long vehicles utilizing this. Is our sheriff expected to cite offenders, creating extra work to maintain clear lanes? Because this is a realistic problem. Have we had conversations with the sheriff and the city about regular enforcement expectations? You mentioned many drivers can't make decisions about clearing lanes, and with barriers preventing this entirely in certain areas, are we going to be sideswiped by panicked drivers? Or will the speed of the trucks and ambulance be reduced to avoid collisions in this tight area? I know you have confidence in your truck drivers, but what about the panicked people who might cause injury to fellow drivers? Some additional concerns. When parking in the back-end spaces, drivers have to exit onto Santa Fe traffic lane and hop over 2 shin-height curbs separated by an irrigation ditch. People are going to trip. The parking spaces are going to lead to nowhere. We also have a longtime resident who utilizes the street portion of Santa Fe to push a shopping cart with signage. We do not have a surplus of deputies to enforce parking outside of these spots in the back-end spaces to clear traffic lanes. Will the cars blocking the traffic lanes be towed? This project also provides for installing non-traditional parking in an area of unseasoned drivers. When traffic is backed up in the SDA traffic circle, vehicles completely block the lanes. In portions of Santa Fe, the measurements do not provide for 30 feet. They measure 26 feet. Alcohol-related arrests on Santa Fe are sky high. From January 1st to November 17, Captain Watts confirmed 3 alcohol-related collisions on Santa Fe and additionally 7 DUI arrests. He confirmed 1 more this past Sunday at 10:28 and the possibility of another one on 11/17. He is great, by the way. Many student e-bike riders do not wear helmets, or their helmets are not clasped. Often, 2 to 3 riders are on one bike. They steer with one hand with their bike handle, with their phone in the other. Some students pop wheelies or ride into traffic lanes without properly yielding and ride in excess of the speed limits. The new curb portion on the south side of Santa Fe between Windsor and Santa Fe is the same color as the asphalt, with no reflective material. This area is not illuminated and blends with the asphalt, making it difficult to navigate in the dark. If a cyclist or pedestrian is on the path, the protected curb is not clearly visible and could easily be thrown into the traffic lane. With all of these concerns, I believe installing an exploratory project in any dense area is reckless and one of the worst streets to effectuate a complex problem on, particularly the segment in front of SDA. Santa Fe has Encinitas' only hospital, and priority should be to have an unobstructed clearance and not overload this traffic with restrictive, non-traditional parking that stalls traffic, has narrow lanes, and is regularly used by teenagers. Once again, I'm asking the council pause this project, not allow only 3 lanes that are so tight, and not encase any travel lanes with restrictive barriers. Thank you.
Speaker is Brad Lefkowitz, followed by Christine Schindler, Susan Sherrod, and then Niall Lund.
Might be a tough crowd. Hi. Hello, Council and Mayor Ehlers. My name is Brad Lefkowitz, and I live directly east of this project on the other side of El Camino. While I've been fortunate to avoid much of the construction by rerouting my commutes, I know many residents have not had that option. I want to start by acknowledging the significant disruption this has caused for those who use this corridor daily. That said, I'm here tonight to speak in favor of completing this project as designed. I believe that despite the challenges and delays, the end result will be worth it. Councilmember Schaefer, at last week's meeting, it was a long one, I'm not sure when it came up, you mentioned being a pragmatist, which I admire and I aspire to myself. Looking pragmatically at where we are right now, it's painfully clear this project has faced setbacks, but it's also clear that the vision behind it, creating safer, more accessible infrastructure, remains essential. My kids will be attending SDA in a few years, and if this project is completed as planned, I'd feel comfortable letting them bike to school. That's something I cannot say about the current state of Santa Fe, particularly the eastern portion from El Camino to Lake, and then on down to Windsor and Bonita, where biking or walking safely is nearly impossible. Luckily, it sounds like that's not the most controversial portion of this project. What I want for my kids and for all the children who will use this corridor are protected bike lanes, safe intersections, and signaled crosswalks. These features, which prioritize safety, are already designed and budgeted for. Encinitas is growing. We've approved new housing projects, including the one last week, and I think we all have a neighbor or 5 who have built an ADU. As our population grows, we need to think creatively about transportation. The parking lot at Moonlight is not getting any bigger. The parking lot at Trader Joe's is not getting any less hectic. Improved bicycle access is a pragmatic solution, not just for this corridor, but citywide. It's a way to reduce traffic, ease parking congestion, and provide safer alternatives for everyone, especially teenagers who rely on bikes to get around. If pausing some of the work until school is out allows the neighborhood a reprieve and gives us a chance to evaluate our contractor, which sounds like it's very much needed, I'm supportive of that approach, so long as there's a firm commitment to completing the project. Large-scale infrastructure improvements require steady leadership and a long-term vision. While the process is challenging, I believe the end result, a safer, more connected Encinitas, will be well worth it. Council members and mayor, I urge you to guide us through the remainder of this project efficiently and with an unwavering focus on the vision of a safe corridor for everyone, especially our children. Thank you very much.
So Christine Schindler, East Encinitas. I actually agree with quite a bit of what Brad just said. I think that I want to thank Batter for improved communication with the schools and with the surrounding community. It has been a bit of a problem. It is way over its 120 working days. I've come here several times to say that I am not impressed with Tri-Group, and I hope we don't give them any more business, including the eastern phase. I'm conflicted about what to do. Like, I want it to be done now. I don't necessarily want it to be deferred, but I also want it to be done right. And I'd love it to not be done by Tri-Group. some of the delays have been understandable. I mean, there have been supply chain delays. Some of them, I think they're just not giving our project priority. They are paying a penalty, and I hope they'll be held to that. But I think, like Brad said, there are many awesome features to this project. We want the entire project built. I want to see a quick build roundabout come back on Crest. There's a lot of misunderstanding about what construction zones are like and detours and staying away from that area when it's under construction. There's a lot of misunderstanding about back-end parking and what it's like, what it's intended for. So I do think we could have done some more proactive communication up front about the features and what they're bringing with them. I personally ride this corridor all the time. I'll ride it no matter what, but I also know that there are a lot of people who want to shift out of car trips and they want to do car-free trips. They want their children to ride to school, walk to school, and it's going to be a much improved corridor for that. When you're on a bike, you're not protected, so I don't call these protected bikeways. I call them separated bikeways. I work with a lot of our kids twice a month for bike safety. And there are hundreds of bikes. I read one of the comments. There were a lot of comments I read before the meeting. There was a person that said there's like several bikes riding to SDA. I thought, where are you? Because there are hundreds. But there are also hundreds of cars. And I would say stay away from a construction zone whenever we have them in our city, and stay away from school areas if you don't need to be there during drop-off and pickup time. It's concentrated 15 minutes, then the corridor is going to be completely different except for the pickleballers. So I just support that it be fully baked, just don't know how.
Good evening, and congratulations to the elected people that have won your seats, especially our mayor. My name is Susan Sherrod. I live in New Encinitas. I have a lot of experience in education dealing with design and planning of how projects in the built environment happen. I'm a licensed architect in California. I have a Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies and a Master of Architecture. I'm a parent of a child that I take and pick up from San Diego Academy every school day. As I go, the first 8 weeks of the semester, I took him on a bike and brought him home on the bike. After that, it got a little colder, so I started driving him there and dropping him off, and then I brought him back on the bike instead of both ways. So I have a lot of experience with how this road works. And I can tell you that it's not very safe. Even for myself, I started riding a bike at age 6, and I would say I'm a pretty competent rider. But my son is not so competent. He just turned 14 yesterday. And so he's a year ahead, and he wasn't super confident about riding a bike by himself. So I take him on the bike with me. The traffic is bumper to bumper from El Camino Real up to Nardo or so in the direction I'm headed. Because I'm coming from New Encinitas, I'm westbound to go to the school. On the way home, it's bumper to bumper when I pick him up from where I take him up Bonita all the way down to El Camino Real. It's very narrow at Lake and Santa Fe. I would really appreciate it if you do something about that, even just restriping, which would be the least expensive solution to adjust that width so that bikes can get past. Because bikes are not going to wait. Believe me, these kids are in a hurry to get home after school, and they are like everywhere. And they'll even pass the cars on the left side sometimes. You know, it's crazy and not safe. But I want you to know that the mid-block crossing is essential. It's vital. Even when we toured that school before construction, the parking lot's always full. And so parents coming in are going to go to the office first because you have to check in when you go to visit campus, if you're going to see a counselor about your kid or anything. And so that office is right in the middle of the block, basically, at the drive where you enter the campus. But the parking lot's going to be full, so you're going to park on the other side of the street probably, because it's really hard to park on the north side, so you'll be on the south side somewhere. And so you need to cross there. And plus now you've added some parking there. So that signal, very important to keep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Niles Lund. Is Niles here? Niles will be followed by Mark Salander, Jennifer Hewitson, Carol Wood, and then Donna Westbrook.
Thank you. I'm Niels Lund. I've lived in Encinitas for 38 years. And I, first of all, want to congratulate our new council members for coming on to the council and our new mayor. You worked hard and you deserve your recognition. So I live very close to the project. I pass by there practically 3-4 times a week. And I've watched the construction, and indeed, it's been very frustrating, of course. Now, a lot of frustration has been aired here today, and to me, the frustration is happening because of the construction. I really don't think that it's so much because of the design. And so I really believe that we should respect the new design that our professional engineers have done along with our great city staff. And let this thing move ahead. The new design, yes, is controversial, but it's designed to be safe. A lot of talk about safety for our kids. My grandson's going to be going to SDA next year, and he's going to be walking. We're all concerned about safety. So which is the best way to go? To me, the best way to go is to complete this project the way it's designed, and then I think all this concern will dissipate. I really believe that. And so we need to move ahead with the project. I don't think it should be deferred. Please do what you can to expedite it. Get the thing moving. We all want that. And let's see it when it's done. Thank you.
Mark? Be followed by Jennifer Hewitson, Carol Wood, and then Donna Westbrook.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. This is actually my first time ever speaking to a city council of any sort because I feel so strongly about this topic, and it's really its impact on the safety of those who live here. Thank you for hearing all the different viewpoints. There are many strong and good viewpoints. I'm a local neighbor who lives just a few blocks from McKinnon and Santa Fe. I'm here to state that the new design is not safe. It's not just the construction, it's the design. I would very much like the project to wrap up. However, I have many concerns that I hope would be addressed if things were to be halted. I walk, drive, and for me at least, most importantly, ride my bike through that intersection multiple times a day, and I'm very concerned about what's happened there. As has been stated many times tonight, transportation is complex in an evolving world. There have been many road improvements that work, and as a lifelong cyclist, I am in support of so much of what's happened in the city. I appreciate many of the changes that have been built in recent years, but there have also been implementations that do not work, and what they tend to have in common is forcing cyclists into trapped lanes or forcing them into traffic with no viable options for maneuverability. And I'm good on my bike. I know how to ride a bike, but there's a lot of younger people who ride 30 miles an hour on e-bikes who don't think have that same experience. I've seen once safe streets on 101 south of Cardiff and also Quail Gardens become exceedingly dangerous because of these issues. Santa Fe is now following suit. And just as a point, the amount of accidents and now a death on 101 due to a cyclist impacting the invisible barriers, which is sort of ironic because it's vision zero, is related to the protected lane. Quail Gardens has a recent roundabout coupled with a new sidewalk that abruptly blocks a once very clear and open bike lane, forcing cyclists into a pinch point with traffic. I have no issues with roundabouts, but the solution does not make sense, and I now actively seek safer routes to ride north. Santa Fe Drive is the most concerning of all the changes. Because of the way this has been built, as a cyclist, my options are now to, as I said, be forced onto an elevated sidewalk as we're coming eastbound on Santa Fe, the sidewalk, it now takes over what was once a bike lane, so shared with pedestrians. Or if I'm coming northbound on McKinnon, I'm also pushed onto an elevated sidewalk with pedestrians, and as I saw today, garbage cans, recycling cans. And so this is really the first of the problems. After that, you're put into a situation where you can either choose to ride in this new, very narrow protected lane, which is not the width that we've seen in the construction drawings, or make the choice to ride directly in traffic. If you stay in that lane, you come by Bobby Riggs. You have all of the traffic entering to Bobby Riggs. And I've ridden that. I know it's construction. I know things will change. It will be invisible to cars coming in with new drivers. I know I need to speed up. So I want to say that with the fast riders, with all the e-bikes coming in, we really need to rethink how this is working. And I ask that you look and rethink the whole situation going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Jennifer Hewitson, Wotan Drive. I grew up here starting in 1962, and boy, has it changed. Since 1995, I've lived next to Santa Fe Drive on Wotan. With the rise in population and traffic, I was happy to see plans to improve Santa Fe for walking and biking. But when I saw the original plans put out for public comment, I was most excited and perhaps blinded by the long-requested roundabout being offered at Crest Drive intersection, where speeders race over that hill. Along with liking the idea of adding lovely oak trees, I neglected to notice how detrimental some of the other design concepts might be. When the roundabout was removed from the plan, I asked that the east portion of this project be paused until redesign or funding was available to do it right. The stop sign, which was approved by council at Crest Drive, is helpful, though a roundabout is still preferred for slowing traffic and increasing safety. It makes total sense to pause and reevaluate the design. Safety is critical, but traffic flow has not been given enough consideration for a main road with two convalescent homes at one end, a hospital at the other, and lots of urgent fire truck and ambulance travel in between. Designed by a company who boasted of projects in Holland and Boston, may not have been the best choice for this hilly main east-west corridor road design, and evaluation of details seems to have been glossed over. Santa Fe used to be easy and smooth running compared to awful impacted Encinitas Boulevard, but now it is the worst. And fire trucks seem to be using smaller roads, adding new problems, and ambulance sirens wail constantly to get through. Everyone is less safe. Did anyone consult fire, emergency, and medical communities? It seems prudent to finish the west portion as staff suggests and redesign the east portion to ensure traffic flow. Keep at least the narrow DG walkways on south and north sides and no more squeeze down by removing lanes. Calm, don't hinder the flow of travel. People are the problem. They're in a hurry. So let's use design that reminds, calms, yet flows on a road that always has worked well, but simply needed bike lanes and walkways added. Thank you for making wise, thoughtful decisions on this important, complicated project. Big problems are the result of under-evaluation of unintended consequences. We need rethinking and redesign based on the needs of this community as a whole. Thank you.
Carol Wood, followed by Donna Westbrook, Russell Levan, and then Judy Burlfine.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I live near San Diego Academy, on just north of it, and I am extremely enthusiastic about the changes coming to Santa Fe Avenue. It's a terrible street. I want to urge you to complete it as planned as quickly as possible. And I agree with what Senator Blakespear was saying. Once it gets done, then people like it. I don't know why people, it's the same thing with the rail trail. Every time I go there, it's packed. And I have done the reverse parking. It's much easier than trying to pull out, and you can't see anything, especially in our 20-year-old sedan, and also with big cars blocking the way. One expectation that I have from my layman's study of traffic calming is that reducing speeds actually increases throughput. So that instead of people speeding, which is the jackrabbiting, you have more cars can fit on the street, and there's less chaos, there's less danger, there's less hazard. And I trust the traffic engineers behind this project to have calculated all of those things, throughput, as well as emergency vehicles. So I lived in New York City when bike lanes, including protected bike lanes, were first going in, and people would scream, the ambulances can't get through. Well, right in First Avenue in front of Bellevue Hospital, packed in, I mean, basically from September to January during the holidays, forget about the United Nations. Packed in cars, no one's moving. Ambulance comes right up the bike lane. Problem solved. So I'm assuming that something like that has been done here as well, as changing people's expectations that they can use Santa Fe as a speedy cut-through. We have to change the culture of speed. It's illusionary to think that you're saving time by speeding. You're making yourself stressed, you're harming other people, you're reducing the volume on the street. We have to change that culture, and once we get used to recognizing that driving slowly and carefully, we are going to get there. We're going to get our turn at the intersection, and it's predictable. And that's a really important way to improve the livability and longevity of our community. In terms of the how much time? Okay, the mid-block crossing is really important because I saw preliminary data from the Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission saying that almost 40% of serious and death injuries were mid-block, which means people are speeding up. You've got to have that mid-block. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Donna Westbrook, followed by Russell Levan, Judy Burlfine, and then Dee Chrisman.
Donna Westbrook, Encinitas. Actually, this was a project that should have never been started. Supposedly, they were going to just make it where they were going to add the bike lanes, and the lanes would still be the same, at least people hoped they would be, and we ended up with this. And it's I guess now it's $7 million for this, and it hasn't even, quote, been finished, which they should leave the rest of the roadway alone. The old saying, don't fix it, it's fine the way it is, would have been a better way to go. But, you know, somehow or another, with COVID and the other problems we had with Zoom, it became a major, major problem. And you're now sitting here having to decide what you want to do. Well, if we've already spent $7 million, let's not spend another $7 million. Stop it the way it is, see what it's looked like afterwards. And I don't understand why on that one side where they have a drainage ditch, that you have to step over a drainage ditch to get onto the sidewalk. I mean, I don't know about anybody else, but slip, slide, whatever the problem, is not a good idea to have a drainage ditch there, whether it's wet or whether it's dry. I mean, that would be the first thing that it should have been thought about. If they wanted to make some type of a grassy swell, that would have been fine. But a drainage ditch? Oh, with cement? Bad idea. But, you know, if at this point, it's not a project that should be contained the way it is. Stop it, look at it, and then decide that maybe there are things that need to be removed. Because if you don't, it's not going to get better. And most people who use that road, and I don't use it anymore, I used to take Santa Fe to come to City Hall, which is a good way to get me from City Hall. But I now take Encinitas Boulevard. And so that's before they put in the roundabout. But the roundabout that they have by the hospital also had its problems with an accident, but That was another person who had his own problem and he died. So every roundabout that we have seems to have certain problems. But at this point, I don't think you should put a roundabout at Crest, and I think you should stop the project right now. And it's going to take a while to clean it up, I assume. But get it cleaned up and don't put any more money in it. $7 million is too much. Thank you.
And if we could, if Judy, if you could come up to the front row wherever you are. I saw you out there somewhere. There you are. Thank you.
Good evening. Russell Levan. Welcome, councilors. Bruce, congratulations. I feel like we're building a car, and we've almost finished building the car. We just haven't put on, I couldn't decide if we didn't attach 2 of the brakes or one of the wheels. So we're kind of working down this road, we're building it, and I don't want to defer the final portions of what would make it much safer to get into the school, whether you're walking, biking, until a later date, because I've been around for a couple of years, as a few of you know, and when we've deferred projects, a good example is the roundabout on Leucadia Boulevard about 15 years ago, and we deferred that. The money then went to, actually, of all places, Santa Fe Drive. And we still don't have that one of those roundabouts. There were going to be 3 originally in the original design. So I think when you delay these things and you put them off too long, they just don't get done. And I think things like the mid-block crossing are incredibly critical. And I understand we don't have the materials available, and they're delayed, but they're on back order. But I don't think, if I understood correctly today when I came down and asked about it, that they've actually been ordered. And if that's true, and we delay this, and it's back ordered, then we're still going to wait even longer to get the materials to do some of these finishing portions that I think are critical to making it a safer project. You guys can debate, and good luck on that one. The other features that people are upset about, I really do feel that when you're doing construction, it's miserable, and it's miserable for everybody. And I feel bad for the people that live in the neighborhood. I drive up that way fairly often, and I try and avoid it when I can. So I just implore you not to defer this and kind of kick it down the road, because in 6 months or a year, the money will be found to be more useful somewhere else, and you will never finish those improvements. So thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Judy Burlfine, and I live 5 houses from Santa Fe, just west of the roundabout. I'd like to start by thanking the staff who have worked on this project. There have been challenges every step of the way, and I commend them for managing them so well. I support the Santa Fe Corridor project. It's been a long haul, and it will be worth it when it's done. I support the staff's recommendation to create a separate new project for the protected intersections to be constructed during the summer of 2025, so we can all have a breather from the construction and ideally complete the project when school is out. It will be cost-effective and efficient to build these protected intersections separately. However, it's essential that they are constructed during the summer and no later. Any further postponement would be hazardous, as these bike paths were designed to exist in conjunction with the protected intersections. So Jim and Luke, welcome to the job. Jim, I had the chance to meet your delightful daughter on our walk, and I was able to see your beautiful family, Luke, at the swearing in. My kids are grown, but I know the trade-offs parents must make. There's independence versus safety, freedom versus safety, testing their limits versus safety, and it's a constant balance. When this project is done, I hope you will feel comfortable letting your kids ride to school if they attend SDA. I hope that when bikes and pedestrians have a place separate from the cars, all parents will feel comfortable letting their kids enjoy the independence of getting to school on their own. This project slows the cars down and separates the cyclists from the cars. That's a good thing. The Santa Fe corridor is like a long chain. We are improving it one link at a time. Half a century ago, there were barely any sidewalks and no bike lanes. Even when I moved in almost 40 years ago, that was true. Link by link, we've made improvements on the west side, the east side, and in the middle. Caltrans added the dedicated lanes for bikes and pedestrians after the tragic collision 2 decades ago that killed an SDA student. This project is one more link in the chain. I support the staff's recommendation and encourage the city to build the protected intersections no later than the summer of 2025.
Thank you.
So we have Dee Chrisman, followed by Dr. Kapp, and then Rachel Graves. Is Dee here, Chrisman? Okay, then we'll go to Dr. Kapp and then Rachel Graves.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Kapitanakis. I'm an OBGYN at Scripps Encinitas. I spoke for the first time about the corridor. I live right on Lake in Santa Fe. And I have some bad news. My moped broke, and going to the hospital with my truck, I missed another delivery.
And Dr. Kapp, if you could address us.
I missed another delivery, sorry. And that was kind of upsetting for me. I have a private practice. I follow my own patients, and I don't know how to feel about the whole thing. So looking at the project now with the back-end spaces, it did get painted this week. I drive it probably 10 times a day. I was driving north, cars were parked in the back-end spots. There was a Sprinter van. Everybody's swerving around the Sprinter van into essentially the left-hand turn lane on Bonita, and even earlier because of those spots. So I'm not really sure what the idea was behind it, because what you've created now is now you're asking people to park there and cross over Santa Fe, which is more dangerous of a situation, especially for students, when you say, hey, park here, and then you got to cross the street and play Frogger to get over. But if you put that mid-block crossing in, you have no place for an ambulance to go. So if you put a concrete barrier, I will not be able to get around the traffic. Ambulances will not be able to get around the traffic. And now they're going to have to use side streets to try to get people who are sick to the hospital. And that is a big concern for me when you put that in. You did put a protected spot on Santa Fe and Ballure with the light. I don't know if that seems to work. My kids cross there every day because they both go to, they did go to St. John's and they would cross there. And I feel like that's okay, but do we need a concrete barrier there? That's my one issue with the project. I don't know where you go with the back-end spaces. I think you have to kind of let it sit, see what happens at least for 5-6 months. But the other big problem is the back-end space, and I know other people have mentioned it, on Nardo as you're going west. You used to be able to get into the right-hand lane and kind of make your way towards Requesa and Encinitas Boulevard. Now there's a back-end spot, so no longer can you dilute some of the traffic because it sticks out into, essentially into the lane, and people are going to have to block the traffic to reverse in. That's an issue that I think needs to be addressed sooner than later, because you used to be able to at least make that right-hand turn, and you can't do that. The lanes are very narrow. I don't know if you've driven it, and they're painted, but if you have 2 Sprinter vans and somebody in the middle, you're touching mirrors, and then you have 2 cars backed in. It is tight. We are not all driving, Priuses. Everybody loves a Sprinter van, go to Cardiff. We drive big trucks. It's very, very narrow, and I think it's going to cause a significant amount of congestion right there. Just my thoughts, things to think about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor Ehlers. First, I would like to commend Matt Wadowski. First, I would actually like to commend him and thank him for his service in the U.S. Marines, or U.S. Navy. And he's done a really good job dealing with some of the problems on this project. I was at the August School District Liaison Committee meeting when the superintendent and the principal for San Diego came to express in numerous ways over an entire hour their frustration and their fear that a child or a teacher was going to get seriously injured. And the last couple of meetings, they've given Matt Wadowski a lot of praise for being more communicative with them and fixing the problems that they were concerned about. But this problem has gone quite over, and he's done a really good job dealing with them. So I encourage you to respect his opinion on this project, that it needs to be held off until we receive the rest of the equipment, and that we should assess the western phase before going on with the eastern phase. I know he's made many changes to the design, and maybe some of those similar changes need to be made to the eastern design. We've also canceled Tri-Group's contract for the second phase, which is a good thing. Thankfully, and we awarded it to them and then we canceled it, so I think that's really good. We have not actually assessed fines. It's in the contract, but we haven't yet assessed the fines. That may come afterwards, after it's done, but if Tony Kranz said that it was because we didn't know who was responsible for the delays, and if it's the city responsible for the delays, well, then we're just not ready to do a second phase. We aren't prepared to do a second phase. We don't really know how we're doing Santa Fe. And if it's the contractor, well, then we need to be better at picking contractors. Catherine Blakespeare comes here and she wants a feather in her cap, so she comes here and she talks about keeping going on a project that isn't going to have anything going on for 6 months. I don't understand that, really. But she sent an email out saying that you guys were trying to defund the contract or defund the project and reverse the project, and I just don't think that's what's going on here. I think we're respecting our engineer's opinion that it needs to be looked at a little clearer, and I think seeing how several design changes were made to the western phase, we have a luxury right now to actually evaluate what we've done and make any changes beforehand for the eastern phase and do a good job. And we've got a guy here who's lived here all his life riding bikes. We've got a ex-US triathlon member. We've got a couple maybe future triathletes. I don't know. We've got some people who really care about mobility. We've got some people who really care about mobility and really care about kids getting safe to school. And I don't agree with Catherine Blakespeare that our new council members don't care about those things. I think you guys will do a really good job, and I appreciate you for looking into this.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Now that does conclude speakers. We did have one speaker, Steve Fox, in support of completing the project, but did not wish to speak. And then Julie Graboy, that is in support of the recommended action, but did not wish to speak.
Okay, people interested in a break, maybe a little stretch break? How about 12 minutes until 5 till, so 8:55, be back here, and we'll start right away. So.
Oh, I stopped it. Can I cancel that? I stopped it. Can I cancel it? Do I just hit cancel? Someone's gonna screw it up. Okay, so there's 10A. Is that?
Just as I put a cookie in the mouth, of course. Okay, if we can continue. So that was it. So now we will move into deliberations, correct? So Deputy Mayor Lyons, I think you're up.
I am. Thank you. I appreciate being called on. I'd like to start with a few thoughts and then listen to what my colleagues are going to say and contribute. I want to honor everyone in this room who came to speak on this item. I enjoy hearing all the variety of thoughts, but I also see how much we all love our city, and that's just something we all share. And so I appreciate that love you bring for our city here and your dialogue with us to do what you can to make it better, as we are trying to do what we can to make it better also. One thing we can all agree to is that there's been significant disruption as a result of the construction project. It had not progressed as we had hoped or contracted for. So I think that's a shared frustration, and I hear that in everyone's voices. I tell you, I live in this neighborhood as well, and everyone across the board is completely frustrated with it, and that includes the city. So I hope maybe you understand that that's true for everyone. It is still a construction zone, and it will be for a little while still. Depending on how we vote tonight, I guess that will help predict that. But it's still a construction zone. So because of that, it's not complete, and we can't necessarily see how it's going to be used in a way that's real clear and makes sense. So I really want to advise everyone to that fact that a construction zone is inherently different than a final project. Starting with that, one thing I want to say is kind of an overarching statement is it is truly about the kids. It's about the kids and their safety. I've been the representative for this district for 4 years, and I've talked to many people, both in a formal public meeting setting, but also one-on-one, about the attributes of the project, about the attributes of this section of Santa Fe, and about what their concerns are about their children's safety, getting on the sidewalk, getting on their bikes, getting to San Diego Academy. Across the board, the majority of the folks who I have talked to are really anticipating and looking forward to the improved safety for their kids to get to school. And I am too. That's the primary objective that I have. So I'm interested in staying the course. I'll talk a little bit more about some of the details, maybe later, but it's about the safe routes to school. That's important, and that's what we're going for. It's about continuity from one end of the corridor to the other in a safe way for kids to get to school. It was only a little bit more than a year ago when we were standing out for a press conference on the side of the road of Santa Fe when Brody Champlain Chapman's mother, Claire, who I don't believe has been able to join us tonight, but she was speaking about our need for safety on this corridor. And she implored us as city representatives to do everything we could to improve the safety from all the way from El Camino Real, where her son died, to I-5. And that moment hasn't left my mind. I know we're all parents up here. I know many of you are parents. We understand the challenges of safety of our children. And if there's something we do here as leaders of the community, it is to improve safety for our children. So I think I'll conclude with that for now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. I think it's pretty clear that as we start this moment right now, as all three topics tonight have been around roads, transportation, bikes, I think it's very clear that we need a further traffic study after the closing of the construction, the current construction. That is happening. There's nothing we're going to do about that tonight. We're not voting on whether we're continuing it. That's not what we're here for. We don't have the materials. We're not going to be able. I do believe that there is a contradiction in Encinitas right now. Right, we're voting on housing and adding more people, but then we're getting rid of lanes and trying to put bikes in the same spot where cars drive. It's just we have to pick one way or the other. The fact of the matter is, I sat up there a couple of years ago talking to the group prior to this, the Planning Commission, and then the council about specifically safe walks to school, Capri, some of these things. And so we're at a contradiction of where we go. We have thoroughfares. Peter Brown made a good point. These are arteries where people get on and off the freeway on a regular basis, and the height of the traffic happens to be the same time schools are starting and ending. At one point, we had buses here. I don't know if we go back to buses. I don't know if the Microtransit gets into that. That's not your job. I'm just kind of speaking to it. But the fact of the matter is we're at a weird conundrum where the state's requiring more housing, and we're having to put that there, and it's happening. So this specific project absolutely requires a further look. I don't know exactly how we do it. I'm not sure if it's, I know, Matt, you got, I guess, a tongue lashing. I guess Rachel's explained that from the superintendent and the principal, and seeing that, I think Chief Gordon figuring out exactly what the safety requirements are and what it looks like throughout that couple of months that we don't have the construction there, figuring out what that exact road does for us. But I don't think that this is the end of our issues, and that's why I just want the crowd, the people that are involved, and the people up here, that we're gonna have to decide what we want to do. If we want to get people from point A to point B, and we want to stop putting speed bumps, well, people are gonna have to get to point A to point B on the roads that are designed for that. Otherwise, they're gonna be going back roads to get there. The city just wasn't designed for this. So now that we're doing it, we have to actually make that decision. So we as parents have to decide whether I like dangerous things. I've been doing dangerous things my whole life, and I won't buy an e-bike for my own kids to cross over the freeway just because it's not the smart thing to do. My wife's family for 76 years sells bikes. We don't have e-bikes at our house because it's just not the safest thing. So I'm not here to tell you one way or the other. It's not a requirement that your kid rides to school. I wish that was the case, but we have to be smart about what we currently have, and if it's between you sending your kid to school on a bike or them getting there safely, well, choose the safe route. That's all I'm going to say for right now. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Hara.
I just want to start with a couple of things. I want to echo Joy's comments. It is amazing to see so many people here participating. That's what this is all about. It's all about you guys being here, putting in your whatever side of you are in the opinion of the discussion we're having up here, putting in your 2 cents. That's how we get things done. So thank you first and foremost, everybody coming out and participating. Let's keep this going. I do also want to make note that Matt has, Engineer Wadowski has taken on a lot of grief at times, and I know that when we had our conversation, we talked about a few different things, and I know that he has worked towards deferring this as part of a response to all of you in this room. So he is making intention to listen to everybody. I do have one question really quickly, and that was actually the same person, Peter Brown. He mentioned Title V. I assume Title V was applied to this.
Yeah, we consulted all the design requirements for the project.
Me too. Can we bring up slide 11? And I'm not going to deep dive into every single element of this project. But I'm sitting here listening to everybody, whether you like it or don't like it. Everybody has a lot of different points of feedback, and there's not one consensus in the room as far as the piece that everybody doesn't like, everybody loves. I look at this, and I look at this as if we dig into it, and I'm digging into this one piece, I look at exiting my 86-year-old mom who was here, exiting her car, coming across the bike lane here from the back of her car to get to the sidewalk, either tripping on the sidewalk or getting run over by a high school kid, or slipping on debris that has been left by the runoff of the water that's going to come down there because you're on two downside sloping things that's going to catch in the curb, and we're going to have dirt and debris in there. So I think this is one instance of this, and I don't want to go into the whole project. I think we've done that here already. And I think we could find other places that are really similar to that. Traffic arteries, I think that was spoke about in this discussion. Traffic arteries are ways where people keep moving. No one here is unhappy if their car is moving. You're happy when you're stopped, when you stop multiple times. And so I think one of the things I see in this project, whether it's a safety issue or not, is a flow issue. And I think that's a big piece of pausing and deferring on these intersections at the moment. And I think that flow is disrupted maybe by design. I think we need to figure that out for sure. But I also look, there's three variables in this road we keep talking about. If you add emergency, and that's the fourth variable, but there's three main variables: bicycles, automobiles, and kids on bicycles. So one of the things I keep asking myself when I see this is, why don't we take the kids out of the equation? Why are the kids even on Santa Fe? Why don't we figure out how to move them to a different entrance of the school? I don't know if that's been explored. I would suggest that. I do think within all of the response, which we've written it all down. I think everybody up here has been taking a lot of notes tonight. There is no clear vision of what this is going to look like at the end. It doesn't seem to be a consensus in the room as to what it's going to look like at the end. I'm in favor of deferring it, and in that time, while we defer it, and I'm not making a motion, I'm just giving my opinion. I'm in favor of deferring it at this time, letting it come live, to getting it to the safe space we're going to get to before. And then bringing it back to the people and talking about what needs to happen with this section of road. I don't feel comfortable with the direction of the design at the moment. I don't think the community as a whole feels comfortable with it. And it's not about whether or not you like or dislike bikes. What I'm hearing is that there are a lot of people questioning areas of safety. I will say the crossing, the midway crossing, is something I would like to see put in as soon as possible. I think everybody here, that was the one consensus I did here in the room. And I'm glad to see you put that into the design. I think that covers everything I've took on for notes for now.
Okay, I'm going to hop in here. First of all, I thought, what are we trying to accomplish here? And number one, we're trying to make it so it's safer for students, pedestrians, bicyclists. That's number one. But also, we want to have school drop-off and pick-up flow and queue well. And while it's queuing up, we need emergency vehicles have to be able to navigate through congested traffic quickly and reliably. And number four, traffic, it's an arterial, traffic should flow reasonably well. And it's against that backdrop that I make my decisions here. So we've heard a lot of serious concerns, and I appreciate all the input. That's very important. To me, I'm looking for some more practical operational experience or observations, so that's why I support staff recommendation. I'll remind everybody when we talk about splitting this up into subsections or additional, this project already was bifurcated. It was bifurcated by a previous council in 2021. Probably one of the most important features for safety would be the roundabout at Crest, and that got taken out for cost. Well, all we're talking about here is $19 not even putting on hold, according to what we've heard and Councilmember Schaefer noted. We're not even talking about putting on hold. We're going to take the pause time to clean it up, make it look like standard road, which is pretty straightforward. Take the construction accoutrements away and see how it operates. And that'll give us a much better informed decision. I would also note that in addition to because we're really talking about delaying the protected intersections, this project also already had something added, but not to the project itself, but the Santa Fe El Camino Real, where we've had a death, that intersection got added later by the previous council that Deputy Mayor Lyons and I were on last year or 2 years ago. And so it really is, we're trying to get the right pieces in place, again, to go back and meet those objectives, safety being number one. So, that said, I do have serious concerns. I have serious concerns about the 10-foot width. I think I've seen evidence tonight of a Ford F-150 where people were pulling on a video out into the center lane. If that's backed up with queued up traffic, they're not going to be able to do that. It's going to bring it to a halt. We heard Dr. Kapp talk about a Sprinter, I believe, that he saw almost the identical situation. I know when I went out and actually looked at the bike lanes, I think going to be interesting. I don't know if they're one way. They probably have to be because they are okay, because they're only 5 foot 4 inches wide. I went out with a tape and measured them, and then the rest of it is another maybe almost 9 inches to a foot that's in the curb, in the gutter, and that kind of drops off fast. So there's going to be some operational issues I'd like to see, and I think we might have a more informed design, and we may just go straight through and get it done. I don't know. There were a lot of comments tonight. I think Judy Burlfine mentioned that she appreciated staff. I heard a lot of people say they talk about, do what the staff designed. But it is the professional staff tonight that is saying pause, or not pause, while we're in this period of waiting for equipment to come in, let's get it operational. Let's see if we learn something from that. It may or may not result in a direct delay to the project. So I am in support of staff's recommendation. I am not saying we're not going to do it. I really like the design of the protected intersections. If we can convince ourselves we haven't screwed something else up. Again, my main concern is probably in those 10-foot wide widths, and whether that's going to work and flow traffic and meet all four of the objectives. So at this point, I'm supportive of the recommendation as it stands. It comes from our professional staff. I'll yield.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions, and then I have a comment. The question is for you, excuse me, you, Chief Gordon. We are doing traffic calming here, which implies that traffic will be slowed, as some of our speakers talked about. The vehicular traffic will be slowed. And it's a part of making the corridor safer for pedestrians and bicyclists. Given that, could you address the comments that are a concern about emergency vehicle access and amount of time, and where you stand on that? And I know you and I have already talked about this, and you've convinced me. You're a professional. You're a seasoned professional. You know what you're saying, so I'd like you to share that information.
Yeah, so one of the things we look at first is our fire code and what the lane widths are supposed to be. So those are done by professional engineers, and those widths have been put through the paces, if you will, throughout the country, right, or California, and then for our ordinances itself. So with that, I can tell you, since it's striped, we've had our fire engines and our trucks out there running back and forth on it. And at this point, we've had no negative feedback on the width of the lanes or their turning radius so far. So with that said, I do agree that over time, as we collect the data and we look at how it would affect us long-term, that we can adjust things then. But right now, with the way it is set up now, we have confidence that we can get to and from our responses with a response time that is below our council-adopted response time standard.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate that. So our focus tonight is a somewhat narrow focus based on the item that's before us. It's on the west section of the corridor, which is currently in construction. I've heard people say we want to do this the fastest possible. Some people think that might be to keep the current contract and make sure this contractor completes it as quickly as possible. Others might say, and I think staff may be recommending this, is that we conclude our relationship with this contractor and that we put the items that need to be completed under a separate contract to be completed in the summer of 2025. What I think is the fastest way is to conclude the current construction project, and I say that just based on our past experience with this contract, and have them complete all the items except for the two items at the both ends that are the pork chop safety refuge curbs and also the traffic signal. And have those two items then completed with a separate contract and a separate contractor, which essentially is staff's recommendation. And it would be choosing item B under 2, item 2B, which is create a separate contract. So I would like to move that as a motion.
And I will second that.
I do have one question pertinent to that discussion. I understand SDA is doing solar over the summer. And I'm hearing that we're doing this in the summertime partially because that's a quieter time. Is that correct?
Correct. When the students are not in school, the traffic is lighter on Santa Fe Drive.
So if we're going to add solar and construction vehicles to that, won't that add more traffic?
That's a good possibility. We can get with the school, find out what the schedule is, where they're planning to put it, and we can start coordination now.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, who are we up to? I fell behind here. Councilmember Schaefer, I think I skipped you.
Yeah, it's okay. So do we have to have a decision time when we buy or request the materials to finish the project, or are they just on the assumption that they're doing it right now?
No. So we would like to have some direction tonight regarding whether we're going to proceed with the protected intersections, because we have the lead time. So if we're going to try and hit that summer break, we would want to know tonight so that we can place the order for that equipment and have it available in the summertime.
See, I think that February 24th and 25th, we're doing the city strategy meeting talking about our budgeting, and I think that again this conversation specifically applies to all of the thoroughfares, east, west, and north, south. Again, so I think that it's important that we, I'd say, do a traffic study, and I'm assuming that January and February there's basic normal business hours. I think that late February we'd hopefully have somebody in this seat here next to me and have the ability. And I don't want to delay by any stretch of the imagination, but with summertime being off, I don't think the traffic is that much less. I know maybe during the morning and during the evening. I don't think throughout the day the traffic is that much significantly less. I think it's actually in some cases maybe more. Having driven that street my entire life, it does get busier because of the beach, that big blue thing out there that we all go to. So knowing exactly what we're looking at, but this shouldn't be, even though this is a singular topic, I think it shouldn't be a myopic observation of what it is that we're really talking about here. This issue is across all thoroughfares. And we need to find a way that the thoroughfares either work better on the ones that people are going to use so that people can slow down on something like this if that's the case. I don't think that the speed bumps in the, like I'd say like Normandy or on Quail Gardens, the stop signs that had to be added because people are using those off thoroughfare streets to get from point A to point B because they can't get to where they want to go on the thoroughfares. If the thoroughfares are flowing better and traffic is flowing better, I think that bikes, and I think it's a big issue to separate bikes and vehicles. I see here we have bike lanes on both sides. Would there be an efficiency of putting the bike lanes on a single side and making it slightly wider so they can travel and pass each other, in counterflow traffic? So that we have a way to maybe widen the street and create that extra space for the additional traffic plus the young age drivers coming in and out of San Diego at that point. I don't know, but having all the extra bike lanes and all the extra walk lanes may not be, because I don't think it's trafficked that much outside of Bobby Riggs and then school hours. I don't think there's a lot of people just traveling on foot regularly. As somebody, again, who manpowered myself through the town on skateboard, bikes, rollerblades, you name it, we've done it. That hills deter people a lot. The electric bike moment I know is alive and well. And that came about kind of at the same time as COVID and whatnot. So finding a way to separate bikes, and which we've done here, but not necessarily providing 2 bike lanes here, 2 pedestrian walk streets. If they can cross over to the other side, if they want to make that transit, that might be the safest way to go. Providing parking on the school side, where majority of the people parking there are trying to go to the school side versus the south side. That may have been a better solution for the parking, right? So that you don't even have to worry about kids crossing in the middle of the street at whatever time of day. So just basic common sense type scenarios like that, where we can apply whatever it is we learn from this kind of across all of our major thoroughfares. So that's all I have for right now. But I will support if we can add to that motion of having that traffic study presented to us. I do not support buying the materials right now, or getting getting it set up for the materials to be bought as soon as possible.
Okay.
So
hold that thought, because I think I have some questions and that'll help clarify. So as far as ordering time now, when would we be observing the, I'll say, construction zone free flow? What time frame does that start? How soon would that start?
As we had mentioned, striping was completed this week. We're hoping in the first couple weeks of January, landscaping to be complete. Once that's done, the final remaining component for the interim condition is that RRFB crossing for the peds and bikes going to and from the north side and the south side. We're hoping to complete all those improvements by the end of January 2025.
Okay, and then I assume we would need 2 months, 3 months, and that's kind of the time frame. It's only by observing that we'll really, first of all, we'll answer the question whether the construction zone is the cause, and how, my guess is that's a couple, 3 months of observing for people to get used to the new flow. There's going to be some learning curve on back end parking and whatnot. So, and then the other thing is we'll all need to be out there. We'll all need to be observing during school, on a school day, drop off, pick up, and any other days. And so when Councilmember Schaefer talks about a traffic study, I think it's not a traffic study in the formal sense. I think it is the culmination of your observations, the professionals' observations, and council and the neighbors' observations too. When would we have that feedback? Anybody?
Anyway, so I think what we would do, like you said, we need to give people a little bit time to get used to the new traffic calming measures out there. So I would guess probably, if we're going to say we're going to give a 3-month time period, then maybe 2.5 months into it, we can convene a meeting and get some public feedback and share thoughts there.
So that would be around the time school's letting out, or before, but that wouldn't be in time to order. I assume the lead time on the, I'll take the extended length signal arms. Those are probably what, 6 months?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's going to be hard to get it all done. Well, it's impossible, truly, to get it all done. And I want to remind everybody that further actions are only needed if we find problems. And that's really the goal. And that's sometimes the fastest way through a project is to do it in order. I always use the example of, do ready, aim, fire, not fire, ready, aim. You end up redoing things. And so doing it once right is often much, much faster than skipping steps. And I think this is an important step. I personally have very strong concerns about the lane width. I have concerns about the Sharrow. That's the one I didn't even talk about earlier. I can imagine we're putting in dedicated protected bike lanes. Correct. We ought to put the bikes in the dedicated protected bike lanes and not going up the slope all the way to the east, because one non-electric bike or one class 1 bike going up that hill is going to hold up every car doing 5 miles an hour up that hill, because they're going to be stuck behind them. So I think there are little things like that that I put a lot of weight in seeing it working and having our staff actually look at it and watch it and be out there, and I want to do that myself. So when you say traffic study...
I meant what you said, and talking to the principal, talking to all the appropriate people on site that are watching this, Bobby Riggs, anybody that's those are the specific people that are seeing this all day, every day. They should be the ones that we should get some feedback from.
Okay, so are you saying you would want to wait for the observation to complete and have the feedback?
I think the observation plus our strategic planning on funding and everything, that's kind of appropriate. So I'm saying probably early March, maybe the first meeting of March or something like that, we should have some spring break time, whatever, that plus or minus March, April.
I don't think that if it's not done till January 31st and you got February, March, you're probably mid-April when we're talking about the public collection of information. We'd be observing in there. You want to give drivers some time to get used to the new conditions, at least a month, I would guess, before you really go out there and look too closely.
So I would agree, and I think seeing a spring break, but I think the only thing that we're going to be missing by I think January. What was the date that all the lines except for the mid crossing is going to be done?
We can finish it up by the end of January, we
But
believe.
the mid-crossing, that was the end of January. What about just the stripes and the landscape?
Striping and landscaping should be done within the first couple weeks of January.
Yeah, so the mid section, that's kind of a plus minus. That's obviously that's needed. We need to do it as fast as possible. I think we're going to see it. Plus, you got to see the difference without the kids at school and spring break, because it does change a lot, and that's a huge thoroughfare. So if it does make a difference, it starts to really point out where the real issues are, especially when we're doing these types of things around schools. Put it like you said, putting in the double bike lanes, putting in the Sharrows. What I have observed is a lot of times because of traffic lights, because of slowing down for a biker in a lane that's going, significantly slower than the flow of traffic, people speed up in a response, and that right there it becomes more dangerous because they're being slowed so much.
So let me recognize Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Yeah, I've been anxious to jump in because as the maker of the motion, I want to clarify something. So my motion was to discontinue with our current contract with the contractor, and then to recontract a separate new project, which includes the items that would complete the contract. So it would include the pork chop safety termination at Nardo and McKinnon, and it would include the full traffic signal at the pedestrian crossing. So I just want to clarify that what's being talked about really isn't yet in the motion. But in regards to the comments I've just heard, I would, as a separate additional thing to the motion, say it would be great for the city to follow up and observe and take information, but I would really encourage us to wait until the full construction is in place, because it's only partially there as of completing the contract. If we do complete the contract right now, we still have those 3 items to do under separate contract. So just want to put that out. I'm happy to, and I think it's a great idea to do the observation. So I think that'd be wonderful to add it in. Just as far as timing, I wouldn't want to wait on completing the project. I want to wait to complete the project before we do the observation.
So I wanted to clarify the motion. I thought you said 2B, which is to consider deferring construction. You're actually saying it's something slightly different. I think you're saying instead of deferring construction, it would be ending the construction with the current contractor, getting a new one, but continuing it and adding 2B to it, which is, I think, different than the recommendation.
I think we're saying the same thing. I understand it to be 2B, but I think you and I are agreeing that deferring this construction to a new future separate contract, concluding with this contractor, and then implementing that new separate contract to finish the construction as soon as possible.
And then the only question I had is, based on Councilmember Schaefer's, is when do we pull the trigger on the purchasing the basically material for the execution of 2B? And my proposal and friendly amendment would be, that I would offer, would be to do it probably in the May timeframe so that we had the time to do the traffic observation. And then we knew what other deficiency we get back, have another meeting where we would discuss anything we observed, and hopefully we don't see problems, but I'll wait until that day to decide. So is that included in your motion?
That seems reasonable. I might defer to our professional staff of engineers whether that's a time frame that would work for getting a contractor on board and ordering the components.
Yeah, we could do that. We certainly aren't going to make the the summer break, and I think we've all agreed that that's fine. We also have, I just want to bring this up, we also have the eastern phase that we need to go out to construction with. We have a grant deadline to complete those improvements. So we might need a public meeting sooner than that to kind of talk about the elements, which are much less complex than the elements in this western phase.
That sounds great.
So that we can get that one off the ground.
Would we be able to get like a mid observation period update at that point when we talk about the eastern side?
Yeah, we can
Might
combine
be
them.
worthwhile.
Okay, so I think we have sorry.
So I just want to confirm.
Councilmember O'Hara.
So what we're saying, the motion is turned to, we're going to defer, and we are going to go forward and finish the pork chop corners. At what point in there are we doing the study of it? Or no, we're not calling it a study, but we're doing observation of it prior to the installation of those?
Well, I'm looking at the recommended action, and it says, consider deferring construction of the protected intersections, which is the pork chop you talk about.
Right, but now we've added this, observe the traffic flow and see what happens. What I'm getting at and what I'm asking is, I don't want to dedicate money that maybe could be used in a better way, build these intersections and be like, and then basically get to the point where we decide this wasn't the right thing to do. That seems backwards.
Well, I think the way I understand the current motion is that we wouldn't build them yet, and we wouldn't order the material till after we observe that
So we would observe first
the
and then-
functionality.
okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted
and
to be
that
clear,
would be
so-
in the, I think I said April timeframe after we have a May timeframe after we have a late April, early May meeting to review public input and staff input and talk about it. So
I appreciate the
and I think
clarification.
we have agreement on that up here.
All right. I appreciate the clarification. So I'm acceptable to that. I find that acceptable. Thank you for the clarification. I can tell that that's the direction we should go.
Okay, and I agree as the seconder too. So any other comments? And just one other note, we can go ahead. I talked to the city manager, and we could agendize the eastern portion if we want to go back and review hopefully the less controversial, easier, but it might be a good time with the new council to go through it so we all know the project and let the public come up to speed on that. There's no critical timing on that agendizing and having basically a status update, informational report from staff on a future council agenda.
Yeah, and I will say, just because it was here tonight, and it would make sense, again, in that holistic view that we're trying to bring is the microtransit, if that has anything to do that could help anything with that kind of model, if they're doing that anyway, would that be a location that would help ease some of the congestion, whether it's kids getting to school, whatever, there might be, I would say, school bus, it might be that model, not for obviously school bus size, but whatever it is to maybe just check in with him and see if there's a way to make that one of our points.
Okay, I got a motion and a second. Call the question.
Well, I'm going to repeat it because I'm not clear on the motion, so I want to make sure that we're clear. So the first part of the motion is to defer construction of the Santa Fe Drive protected intersections at Nardo Road / McKinnon Avenue and Bonita Drive / Windsor Road and the mid-block traffic signal from the Santa Fe West project, and create a separate new project for the deferred improvements after review and observation of the new improvement conditions by May.
Thank you, Kathy. It's good.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Now we move on to item 12A, and I'll turn the floor over to Councilmember O'Hara.
And I want to thank everyone for your patience getting to this point. As a candidate for council, I'm just going to read right through it and get us going here. As a candidate for the city council, I promised to address the L7 parcel as a community asset. The funding of this parcel was purchased with park funds, and it's been considered for a variety of public, semi-public uses, including park, library, public yard, and most recently as an affordable housing project. This site was originally identified as potential parkland in the city's general plan. Now is the time for the city to make a decision that reflects the community's best interest, best use, and best fit for this parcel. The discussion of what to do with this parcel should come to a conclusion today. That action, hold on. I want to work here tonight to designate and downzone L7 and any other parkland that is not designated parkland. Direct staff to prepare a staff report in order to consider the downzoning of L7 parcel to a community park, public, semi-public use, and rezone any current parkland that is not designated parkland. This is a three-step process, which we'll go through. This item should be reviewed by the Planning Commission and presented at the council within 90 days of today. Should I dive into the parcel
Great.
itself? Okay.
That's it?
So if we can, does public go first? Or?
We can have questions of clarification, and then we can go to public input. And how many public speakers do we have?
Looks like right now we have 11.
11, okay. So if there are no questions of clarification, I think it's pretty straightforward. We'll go to public comments. Who's up first? And same drill, come up to the front for the next and the next after that.
You don't want to speak? Okay. Okay, sorry, excuse me. First three speakers, James Mills, Glenn Johnson, Jim Stiven.
Good evening, dear Mayor Ehlers and City Council members. I support the council-initiated item 12A to designate and downzone L7. I'm against the proposed 100% affordable housing in Encinitas, let's be honest. When someone is placed in affordable housing, their financial goals become perverted from that of a free market. Subsidized housing places an artificial ceiling on income. Therefore, you actively avoid making more money and subsist while living in poverty. Congratulations, we just took a productive member of society and relegated them to a poverty mindset.
forced them to stay in low-paying jobs so they can avoid upskilling in their life, and gave them a life in Encinitas that everyone else had to work so hard for. This is inherently un-American and probably coming from Sacramento. I have prepared 3 points for you to consider using in the defense against these un-American values. 1, you are a city council, a fiduciary. Your duty implies prioritizing the needs and interests of those who have entrusted the city council with their representation, namely the current residents. These individuals have invested in the community, paid taxes, and contributed to the neighborhood's development and character. Any legislation that prioritizes the needs of external entities over those of the community breaches this responsibility. Thomas Sowell emphasizes this misalignment, stating, "It is hard to imagine a more stupid or a more dangerous way of making decisions than by putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong. By legislating for outside bodies such as state or federal housing mandates or perverted lobbying efforts, the City Council risks making decisions that negatively affect local residents without bearing the consequences themselves." 2, misguided notions of fairness and forced sacrifice. The imposition of this development isn't about helping the homeless. It's about forcing suburban residents to bear the cost of someone else's ideological agenda. Ayn Rand's critique of collectivism rings true here. A society that robs an individual of a product of his effort will not survive as a society of free men. Affluent suburban neighborhoods are built by individuals who played by the rules, saved, invested, and contributed to the economy. Tearing down their hard-earned quality of life to fulfill a utopian vision of equality does nothing but erode the trust in the system. Additionally, Sowell emphasizes the first lesson of economics is scarcity. There is never enough of anything to satisfy all those who want it. This policy ignores reality. Forced redistribution of wealth and opportunity only spreads dysfunction and solving the root problems of homelessness. 3, the slippery slope of zoning violations and loss of autonomy. Zoning laws exist to protect the character of communities. Overriding these laws sets a dangerous precedent where the government can impose projects that disregard local voices and property rights. Ayn Rand warned of the erosion of individual rights through creeping collectivism. The smallest minority on earth is the individual. Those who deny individual rights cannot claim to be the defenders of minorities. This development disregards those voices and sends the clear message that your success, your investments, and your choices are irrelevant when they conflict with the greater good. Rand also pointedly argues that the man who produces while others dispose of his product is a slave. This level of coercion undermines trust in local governments. In conclusion, development is not a solution. Anyways, I'm out of time. Thank you.
The future city council member there.
Oh, good evening, council members. My name is Glenn Johnson. I live on Kristen Court, which is just off of Quail Gardens Drive. And I want to speak to the site that's called L7. Remember, originally, I believe the general plan calls this Quail Gardens Drive Park. And it's been a political football here for I don't know how long, 20 years, 25, something like that. As the population of the city is increasing, we need more open space and parkland, not less. We could cannibalize all the parks and build high-rise buildings and accommodate lots and lots of people, but that's not what Encinitas is about. And I do want to mention that as this was called Quail Gardens Drive Park, it's also called right now L7, and I made, for the information of the 2 council members especially, I made an offer of $100,000 for naming rights of a park in that location, and I'd like to name that park after my deceased wife, Sally Johnson. I could say more, but you have to first of all decide if this is going to be a part of the parkland or part of the built-out city. So we did have a hearing on this with the Parks and Rec Commission, and they made a recommendation. I don't think that recommendation has gotten to the council yet, but I'll have more to say when that does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Jim Stiven is Bob Kent, Elena Thompson with time donation from Rachel Graves, and then Dick Stern.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Deputy Mayor and new council members. Glad to see you here on the dais. I'm Jim Stiven, a resident of Encinitas. I love parks, but we have a real affordable housing crisis in this city. And for a city to provide affordable housing to its citizens is not an un-American approach. The recommendation to downzone the L7 parcel from residential to public use is premature. And it's premature for this reason. The council has unfinished business. Back in August, the council appointed an affordable housing task force to study what sites in the city might be available to build needed affordable housing. That report was received by this council, by the past council, in November, and it was received, but no action was taken with respect to any of the parcels that were recommended in that study of the Affordable Housing Task Force. That action was deferred. And so we're in a situation where now, if you decide to downzone L7 from residential to public use, you are taking one of the parcels that was referred to in the Affordable Housing Task Force off the list. And you're taking it off the list before you have done any evaluation of the feasibility of providing affordable housing on any of the other sites that were recommended in the Affordable Housing Task Force. There's no need to take L7 off the list at this time. Go ahead and make your evaluation of the sites that were recommended. And if they're available and can be built for affordable housing, then great, do it. But if they're not, if it's not feasible to provide affordable housing on any of those other sites, don't give away one of the sites that's recommended in the Affordable Housing Task Force. There's no need to do that now. In addition, there may be legal obstacles to any action that you might take to downzone this parcel, both with respect to the Surplus Land Act and with respect to the Housing Crisis Act, both state laws, and also with respect to Proposition A, a city proposition, which would require, and I'm going to quote from Proposition A public vote if there is a rezoning action that changes a parcel from any residential land use to allow any other non-residential land use. You're going to need to confer with your attorneys, with your staff, and with Barbara Couts. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. First, congratulations on your new becoming elected, mayor as well, and Deputy Mayor Lyons on your new position. My name is Bob Kent. I'm an Encinitas resident. As you consider this agenda item, please also prioritize the building of a 100% or as close as possible affordable housing community. I think our need for parklands and building more affordable homes should be balanced, and they're not mutually exclusive. So I respectfully request that you commit to reviewing the work of the Affordable Housing Task Force and schedule a city council discussion on the next steps in the near term once we have a full 5-member council. According to Zillow, as of yesterday, the median rent for a 1-bedroom apartment is $3,050, requiring income over $58 an hour, which is more than $120,000 a year, while we know our seniors, especially our seniors, on a fixed income who've worked in our community and continue to live here, family residents, and many of our workers who are commuting long distances or finding difficult living situations to stay here in the city they serve, they earn substantially less. Building more affordable homes provides stability for our rent-burdened neighbors and our workforce. Now, if you decide to move forward, I do support evaluating this action to see if it triggers a Prop A vote, along with any other state housing implications, including SB 330. Lastly, as the housing element sites and our other market rate projects go before the Planning Commission as well as yourselves, It is evident that the private sector cannot solve our housing affordability challenges solely on their own. There are proven models demonstrating that financially feasible and sustainable communities can be built when the public and private sector work together. So let's find a way forward to strike the right balance between our parks, our neighborhoods, and for our people who need more truly affordable homes in our community. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Elena Thompson. I was a former member of the Affordable Housing Task Force Commission. And what I find really confounding is how people have interpreted the work of our commission that's now complete incorrectly. And so I'm here to set the record straight that we evaluated alternative sites in the city of city-owned parkland for affordable housing. And we came up with a site list. And on that site list, the Quail Gardens Park site scored very low, okay? It was ready to be taken off the table. There were multiple motions made to do so. It was left on the score sheet, but relatively low compared to other sites. So we don't even need to be talking about it tonight other than to come back to the general plan, our constitution, the city's constitution, that calls Quail Gardens Park site a park site. So all this other riffraff about affordable housing, this is not the topic here tonight. The topic is to take Quail Gardens Park site off the table and build it as a park. And there's 4 good reasons to do so and 4 decisions that have been made in order to pursue this action here tonight. Number 1, the Parks and Rec Commission voted unanimously in October of this year in favor of protecting and building Quail Gardens Parkside out as a park. Number 2, the Affordable Housing Task Force had unanimous agreement, as expressed, as I just said, in our site list score sheet, not to pursue Quail Gardens Parkside for affordable housing, period. There was, and we also, as part of number 2, we knew that there was no funding to build affordable housing. There's already 250 affordable housing units in the pipeline in this city as part of all the development that's coming soon, okay? So the cry for affordable housing without a budget to build it, why we already have affordable housing in the pipeline, also makes no sense. Number 3, the residents in the vicinity of Quail Gardens Park site, all of the people who are taxpayers and property owners and renters, they have all spoken loudly over and over again against this becoming anything but a park. So are you listening? Did the last council listen? Will you listen now? Number 4, the prior outgoing city council and mayor all agreed to leave this decision with you all, the new council. And Mayor Tony's famous last words were that this park site, Quail Gardens, would never have housing on it. Period. Okay? So take it off the table for once and for all. Do that by a vote tonight. I urge you to do that. And the downzoning, I would urge Tarquin to look into that. I presume you already have, of how that can be achieved to protect all of our park sites so we're not back here demanding our parks to be left alone from building on and any of our park open space land. It's just egregious to think that future generations, the young people in this room and the people who live in this community would have our parkland taken from us. This is idiotic. Okay, so those are the 4 reasons and upstream decisions that have been made. And I can attest to that again, having been on the task force. Now, furthermore, California state housing law does not allow for the over-densification of any community with the state dictated housing. So you can't just put it all in one place and on one corner, and that's what's happening on Quail Gardens Road right now. These are bullets now. Other key points. The California Constitution protects public safety. Parks must be protected as sacred and safe public spaces that are for just that purpose. Next, the city's constitution, as I said earlier, our general plan, has already called Quail Gardens Park as a park site. Next, the city is currently in compliance with our state housing law. There has not been, so there's no need to steal this park site as affordable housing. We're in compliance, and, you know, all the crying out, where are we going to put our residents who can't afford to live here? What we learned in the Affordable Housing Task Force is that you can't prioritize your residents, your teachers, your firefighters. They go on a list and a lottery, and people from other places can live here in our affordable housing. So that's baloney that it's for our residents here, because they're going to have to go in a lottery to get on that list. And finally, the city has a shortage of parks and parks lands. And so this space, again, must be protected in perpetuity. And that's one of the reasons, Joy, you and Kelly Hinsey, even though you voted for the Surplus Land Act, in 2022, you approved, or the council passed a resolution called the Open Space Conservation Resolution. And that was actually to protect open space in the city. Get a load of that. So come on now. I mean, woo! Ew, my mouth touched that. But so I just want to say, let's get this straight. Let's get it straight for the record. And I really thank Jim and Luke, our new council people, for listening to the population, listening to the people, understanding the needs, and taking action. Thank you. So please vote tonight.
The next speakers following Dick Stern are Oliver Pratt, Jessica Pratt, Suzanne Stone, and then Angela Carroll.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Dick Stern. I'm the president of the Encinitas Ranch Community Association. I'm here on behalf of the homeowners in Encinitas Ranch to strongly support the council-initiated item 12A to designate and downzone L7 and any other parkland that's not designated parkland. As Elena mentioned, the residents along Quail Gardens Drive have been advocating for the use of L7 as a park or open space for many years, both through their written comments and in person. There is unanimity across all the HOAs and neighborhoods along Quail Gardens Drive about keeping L7 as a park, especially given the proposed developments along this road corridor. As mentioned earlier, the Parks and Recreation Commission voted unanimously 6-0 in October of this year in favor of keeping Quail Gardens Parkside as a park. I was a member of the Affordable Housing Task Force, where we closely examined the Quail Gardens Parkside for affordable housing, and we used a well-thought-out scoring methodology that concluded that L7 not only scored low, but was deemed a poor location for affordable housing. We instead identified 4 alternative sites that could possibly serve that purpose, and those should be pursued aggressively. HCD guidelines for selecting potential housing sites call for them to be distributed across the city, and yet we find 40% of the prior housing element sites to be located along Quail Gardens Drive. Residents who live along this road corridor are just now beginning to feel the impacts of several developments under construction, including Fox Point Farms and Sunset Apartments. The Quail Gardens Park is, by any measure, a very poor choice for housing. Additionally, the city currently has a big shortage of parks and parkland. We need to identify and protect our parkland and open spaces. As Mayor Ehlers pointed out, our city's general plan identifies Quail Gardens Park as a formal park site, and for that reason alone, this is enough to maintain it, protect it, and rezone it as a park site along with all other city-owned parkland. Thank you.
He already knows how to operate the podium. That's just awesome.
Hello, City Council and Mayor Ehlers. My name is Oliver Pratt. I want to say a huge thank you to the whole City Council, especially Mayor Ehlers, Mr. O'Hara, and Mr. Schaefer, for working so hard to rezoning the L7 as parkland. I trust the Planning Commission will also agree to save the Quail Gardens Park, and I couldn't be more excited. I know parks are expensive, and according to my mom, probably more than our city has to spend. So I'd like to share a fundraising update. I'm still selling upcycled golf balls on the weekends with my friends, like Cameron over there, and collecting donations through my GoFundMe page. Massive thank you to everybody who has donated or gifted me their upcycled golf ball collections to keep my sales going. Shout out to Nancy and Alan DeGojito, Billy Nicholas, Rich Newsey, Chris Olson, Drew Pond, and so many others. It always makes my day when I find a random bag of golf balls and a nice note at my doorstep. Thank you to our amazing community. I've raised a total of $15,000. And that's without the city deciding that L7 will actually become a park. Once it's approved, I will work even harder to raise more money. In case you're curious, $6,800 of that $15,000 was from my golf ball sales. Lastly, I was recently elected school treasurer at Capri Elementary, and I'm learning a lot about money management and student involvement. I've been thinking about ways to keep our community involved and help fund a park. I'm interested in creating a Buy a Brick fundraiser, where people or families can purchase bricks engraved with their names. It would be such a cool way to honor everybody who made the park a reality. Plus, I have a bunch of friends who would like their names on bricks at a park. I'm so proud to be an Encinitan, and I love and appreciate my community. Thank you so much for my support, and happy holidays.
I wish that
Hey guys. Oh, it's not going to work for me. Oh, there we go. All right. Good evening, Council, Mayor Ehlers. My name is Jessica Pratt, more commonly known as Oliver's mom. I too want to express my heartfelt gratitude for your support in designating L7 as parkland exactly as it should be. I speak for many when I say that we are overjoyed. No one is going to be tearing down buildings to create parks, which makes preserving the limited parkland that we have left in Encinitas absolutely essential. So thank you for recognizing this need. I also want to emphasize that supporting parkland does not mean being anti-affordable housing. I just like want to scream that from the rooftops. That's not what it means. We're supporting our parkland because we need to preserve it because there's not any parkland left. But we also perhaps would benefit from additional affordable housing. So both are vital, and once L7 is officially secured as a park, you'll likely find me back here advocating for thoughtfully located affordable housing. On that note, I believe our future affordable homes should be thoughtfully integrated across the community rather than concentrated in a couple of single developments or one pocket of the city. I'm genuinely grateful for the incredible work done by the volunteers who ran the Affordable Housing Task Force. And I am encouraged by their findings, and I'm excited to see the smaller parcels identified for potential housing to become part of the solution. I fully support those efforts. Lastly, I would like to respectfully point out that having former Mayor Krantz and Council Member Allison Blackwell chair the Affordable Housing Task Force was indeed a conflict of interest. Sorry, guys, it was. And if that task force is revived, I kindly ask that you approach leadership decisions differently. So thank you again for your dedication to creating a balanced and thriving Encinitas. And let us know where to send the check.
Thank you. And I have a little housekeeping to take care of right before you can come up here, but I need a motion to extend beyond 10 o'clock, even though it's 10:05.
Second.
All right, well, somebody needs to make the motion.
Oh.
So moved.
Okay. Joy with the motion, or I didn't hear it if you said it. Okay, so Joy with Jim seconding. And call the question. It's in our bylaws, we have to do this, so.
That motion carries unanimously, so we return to speakers. We have Suzanne Stone, followed by Angela Carroll, Farhad Mahmoudi, and then Sheila Cameron.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm glad to hear that advocating for parks does not exclude advocating for affordable housing. That's really important to me as an affordable housing advocate to hear people say up here, because I'm here to tell you that I love parks too, and I love open space, and I don't support L7 being used for affordable housing if there are alternatives that make sense. The Affordable Housing Task Force identified 3 or 4 sites that could be used, not as easy as building a new building on an empty piece of land, but that task force put a lot of thought into their recommendations. And what I'm asking for you to do tonight is, if you direct city staff to go and evaluate what it would take to downzone, not just L7, but every other piece of community park that is currently residential, that you take the same time to look at what it would take to rezone other parts of the city that might be good for affordable housing, such as the ones identified by the Affordable Task Force that are close to transportation, that just the ones that make sense. So I think this is a lopsided action to only look at it one way. This is a land use question, and it needs to be looked at holistically and not just with one group. So I will always support parks. I'm hoping that at someday we'll have an affordable housing project that concerned citizens can donate to that and make that happen for our citizens. I don't agree that there's not a need for affordable housing in our city. There are less than 400 deed-restricted affordable housing units that will be complete when all of the construction is completed. That's less than 2% of the homes in our city. We cannot rely on private developers to solve the affordable housing problem for us. If we build 45 to 60 affordable units, if we do that with a 100% city-led project, we avoid 300 to 600 units that a private developer would be able to have, given the California density bonus law. So I think we can take the local control to solve this problem ourselves, not rely on developers to increase the density. We don't want to do that. We want affordable housing, we want parks, and we want it to make sense. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Angela Carroll, 15-year resident of Encinitas. I'm here on behalf of also my shy son, Cameron, and then probably also on behalf of a lot of voices that struggle to make it to this late night forum. The most frequent users of the park, the children of Encinitas and the surrounding communities, and their exhausted, tired parents. Cameron has spent many days alongside Oliver, raising money, selling golf balls, but it's brought him a ton of joy in the act of spending time outside. And one of the things that I reflect on in the years of raising him his whole life in Encinitas, he had his first birthday at Cottonwood Creek. He learned to skateboard at Encinitas Community Park. He plays soccer at Leo Mullen, and he told me he was ready to do the big zip line in Costa Rica at Orpheus Park. These are memories for our children who don't get to share them with you, but it is the joy of our community. And when we think about us as parents trying to get them off screens, get them outside, on their bikes, all the things, this is a movement in the direction of setting us up for success. Now, I spend a lot of time taking my children around to their activities, trying to be outside with friends. Now, if you've tried to go to Orpheus Park on a Saturday, there's no parking. There's no place to go. It is crowded. There's no bench space. Our parks are inundated with kids. We have so many in this community. Look at Moonlight Beach. Anywhere you try to go, there are traffic jams because we're trying to get outside with our children. So I highly, highly encourage you to vote in the interest of these kids to allow another access to a great community park. I know the interest. I do live around Quail Gardens the entire time that I've lived here, and the development that's happening in that space. Just think that what that's going to look like in a few years, and how many children are moving to that designated block where they can have a park to walk to. Thank you so much for your time.
Can I use this too? All right. Hi, everyone. My name's Farhad Mahmoudi. I've been an Encinitas resident for the better part of 40 years or so. I went to San Diego Academy. It's a little late to bring this up now, but just so you all know, that southern lot that faces Santa Fe is actually primarily a teacher and staff lot. There's hardly any student parking in it, but hopefully that's helpful. I'm here today to ask the council to try to encourage having an honest dialogue with us about affordable housing, about the difficult decisions that this city has to make. I'm not here to oppose L7 being developed into a park. I actually think it'll be a great park. I actually think this might not be a popular thing to say, but I think it'll be a great park for folks that are going to be moving into the Quail Meadows apartments that are going to be going in right next to it, right? They don't have a lot of open space directly next to them, and some people might not want to hear it, but that dense of a housing project could really use the open space next to it. And I know that a couple of you campaigned on the promise of turning L7 into a park. My concern with the decision that we have in front of us is the downzoning portion of it. And Mayor Ellers was just reading your piece, I think was summer of last year in the Coast News, which was celebrating the 10th anniversary of Prop A. And I'm not an expert, right? And we have someone who very much is as the primary architect of it. And I believe that there's a clause in it that makes downzoning from residential to non-residential something that has to go to a city vote. And these are the types of things that I think we need to be transparent and open to the populace of our city about. We've seen city councils who've tried to work around that type of provision before. They've ended up suing their own city, and we saw how that went in the past. So I know it's tough, right? And I know we're going to be talking about this very shortly. And I'm not here to kind of side on one way or the other. I think that affordable housing is very necessary in Encinitas. As someone who's been here this long, I think 100% affordable housing projects that are going to bring in 40 units, which is doing the work of what somebody just told us, 300 to 400 units being put in by a private contractor who's doing the bare minimum to meet affordable housing thresholds. It's much more efficient. It's a better arrow in your quiver to meet the housing quotas that we're getting from the state too. And I think these are things we need to have a dialogue about so that we're having an educated populace and your constituents are able to understand the trade-offs that you're trying to make. That's all I have to say. Appreciate your time. Looking forward to see what you do tonight.
Final speaker is Sheila Cameron.
Good evening, Council, again. I wasn't going to speak, but I decided to because I have a rather unique perspective. I was here with the council who purchased this land, and we purchased it for park. And the thing is, it was already designated parkland in the general plan, which is our constitution. That has never changed. When they tagged it with L7, it was still parkland. They didn't rezone it. In fact, when Mosca switched his vote and said, no, L7 isn't going to be a site, then the city council scrambled around and replaced it with 3 more places, one of which was next door to me. 40% of the housing that has gone in is in Leucadia, 40%. And we don't need more on Quail Gardens. I also want to ask, all these people who care so much about low-income housing, where were you when Measure U was being discussed week after week, month after month, when the people who were there, like myself, begged for 25% low-income housing? But the mayor, who is here tonight, and her designated followers would only go with 10% because they were helping out their development friends and watching out her for her personal career. So I have to say, that's the truth, I'm sorry. And when they went to the 10%, so we have a shortage of low-income housing, which we could have had a lot more and was supported by the citizens. The planning commissioners, a year or so later, supported 50% affordable. And it was a 5-0 decision. Came forward to the city council, same mayor. Nope, wouldn't hear anything about it, wouldn't support it. So L7 was being replaced by 3 different sites, never really being rezoned, has always been parkland. But I appreciate Jim and Luke for what you're doing in bringing this forward, because you need to probably take a look at a lot of our parkland. Maybe some of it is still residential. I don't know. But I want to thank you, and that's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If anybody wants to ask me about anything, I've been here 50 years. I helped incorporate the city. I've been involved with this city for over 30 years, and I've still got a pretty good memory. Thank you.
That does conclude speakers, and then we did have 2 speakers, Julie Graboy and Donna Westbrook, registering support but did not wish to speak.
Okay, thank you. Go to deliberation. What I was thinking, I want to clarify what we're doing, and then I wanted to see if Jim, as the sponsor of this, whether you wanted to make remarks. So if you don't mind, I'll start out with the action tonight. We went through at least 4 votes to declare L7 surplus. And so tonight is not, staff hasn't done anything. This is a council-led initiative. So tonight we would be directing staff to come back and do something if we chose to do that. And so I want to make sure we're not taking a vote tonight that sets L7 as anything or changes anything, but we are setting in motion the first step towards that, much like the original steps that we went through to declare it surplus, with me being the dissenting vote. So with that said, I'll hand the mic over to Jim.
We have 2 pieces to that. We can circle back to the second one if you want, but the first one is to send L7 to staff for recommendations to make it a park. The second one is to look at all parks within the city and look at their zoning and consider whether they should be also downzoned and what the trade-offs are to that. I'd like to primarily start off with L7. If we could bring the graphic up. And I want to apologize for the graphic. The number 1,276 is actually inaccurate. I borrowed this graphic for the point of it. So this is a 1 mile square radius of what's approximately 1,100 homes. And you'll see L7 is smack dab in the middle of it. Quail Gardens Park going forward, we'll call it. I want to address a couple of things really quickly. Quail Gardens Park would help us with our climate action plan. Within this, and I think this shows us the best, state law and HCD does not allow for over-densification. And clearly, that's what we have going on here in this picture. This is over-densification of an area. We are, as a city, over 400 acres short of park space. This, need my glasses. This is not part of the housing element. It's not part of the general plan. It does not move the net zero needle. Parks and Rec voted 6-0 on October 24th in favor of Quail Gardens Park. That will be coming to us, their recommendation, which was, again, unanimous. It is currently zoned RR1 surplus land. I think council is aware that it may or may not, but we will find out from staff, trigger Prop A. And to the people who are using Prop A as a threat, I think everyone up here is very happy if you vote for your park. I'm okay with it. If it has to go to the people to vote for a park, I'm confident you'll do and vote in your best interest. So I don't see that as a problem or a hurdle in this instance. It will trigger the Housing Crisis Act most likely, which happens when you upzone for sure, in which case we will have the opportunity to carry some of those units. Again, I think that's something council can deal with. The number of units here is relatively small. Yet to be determined, but relatively small. I think to the crowd who maybe looked at this as a good location, I don't find there to be transportation. In fact, I think putting a park there actually reduces VMTs of the 1,100 people who will be in these units by giving them shorter trips to the park, walking to the park, riding their bike to the park, rather than driving across the city to get to the larger park by Vaughn's just up the street here. So I think we'll reduce VMTs, again, helping our climate action plan. I was aware that the Housing Task Force did have L7 on their list, and I was clearly aware that it was far from number one. And there were other sites that we should explore. And I want to address within this something very important. I don't think anybody up here is against affordable housing. I certainly am not, and I appreciate the other people who have mentioned that. L7, the designation of L7 as a park is not an affront to affordable housing. It is a message of this space should be a park. It's the wrong space for affordable housing because it's going to make it more dense. It's going to make, you can't add 1,100 homes and take away the park. It's just it doesn't make any sense to take away a park from 1,100 people who are going to need it. I look at this park every time I drive by with my family. I know my daughter, when I tell her it might not be a park, is, Daddy, why don't we do something about it? She wants to be out there with Oliver selling golf balls. Our kids want a park. Our future wants a park, is what we're hearing. That's what Oliver is. He's our future. Parks are places where people create community. They create friendships they wouldn't have made anywhere else. They grow their family. I think to deny a park in this instance is criminal. I'm going to recommend that we designate it as a park. We downzone it. We get the information from the staff to downzone it, and then we look at the other parks to make sure that we are protecting ourselves again. Going forward, I would like to look at affordable housing and diving into it. I do think that is a need in the city, and I think we have other spaces we can look at it more proactively. But I believe L7 should be a park.
Okay. You yield?
I yield, yes.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Lyons.
Thank you. So I like to kind of capture my thoughts as succinctly as possible based on the time of the evening. And I've heard people speak, and what I'm hearing is there's a win-win solution here. What that win-win solution is, follow where we've already started to go. And I hear that my council members are putting forward this interest in creating and defining L7 as a park, but also we put a lot of energy into our Affordable Housing Task Force and the recommendations that came out of that. It's been tied to L7 up to this point, but what we're saying here is the win-win solution would be go forward with the park, but also go forward with the affordable housing. And so what we we're not in dialogue. I don't mean to say affordable housing on L7. Please listen.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you. I listened while you were talking. So affordable housing is still a concern to our community, and I'm hearing you say that. So what we want to do is continue the affordable housing dialogue based on the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Task Force. That Affordable Housing Task Force, as was clarified by several tonight, including Dick Stern, recommended 4 other sites. That's my point. So thank you for listening. So I would like to ask my colleagues if they are aligned with that along with considering this for a park, we also move forward on the recommendations outlined in the Affordable Housing Task Force.
No, not at this time. We can discuss it, and you can put initiative forward, and we can bring it to the people again. This is about L7 tonight, and that's what, in park space, that's what I want to look at.
That's an interesting response.
So okay. Let me know when you're yield, and I'll recognize Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, you may recognize Councilmember Schaefer.
Go ahead.
I would say first, let me talk about the park. The park, I mean, I think it's common sense, and I think that's that's basically what I ran on and what I sat up there and talked about. We need a park in that space. Why? Because one, it's surrounded by all these locations. It's reminiscent of the old Ecke Park or the Ecke Ranch that's just across the street there at the Botanical Gardens and the 67 acres there that was preserved. I mean, it looks upon the Ecke Ranch that is working, doing renewable farming, all kinds of amazing things. I think that screams Encinitas and what Encinitas once was and part of our lineage. The affordable, as far as the affordable housing portion of this, it is extremely hard to live in Encinitas. And even if somebody they got their housing paid for, they still may not be able to live in Encinitas and afford to live in Encinitas. I am more than willing to look at locations that are closer to the stuff that people would need if they're not going to drive as much, or they could walk to obviously there's stuff along Encinitas Boulevard, there's stuff along El Camino Real where it actually makes sense to put somebody that could actually feasibly cut quite a few costs. And I'm all ears, and I do believe that there's a space for that conversation. But for tonight's purposes, I do believe that Tarek, when asking you, what would it take from a zoning perspective? How do we make this a park? Could we do it tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaefer. We would not be able to do that tonight for a couple of reasons. One, it's not agendized as such. Two, it would need to go to the Planning Commission. It's a zoning action. And three, to downzone would likely require a vote of the people under Prop A, as we've discussed. So this could not happen tonight.
Okay, so, and then as we don't have staff here to take these notes, I guess city manager, can we get what it would take to downzone all of the parks, get a list of all of the parks that are currently residential but are being used as parks, so that we can actually bring this back? Sorry. Go on.
Yes, Councilmember Schaefer, if council does direct us tonight with this council-initiated item, as Councilmember Ehlers did say, we would go ahead and then take action. So the thought would be to bring back to you regarding the L7 property as well as all of the other properties. We would bring back any information on what it's zoned, what it would take, any areas that may be concerned. We want to bring you back a full package so that you can make the best decision moving forward.
Is there an upzoning requirement for a downzone?
So generally, Councilmember Schaefer, yes, under the Housing Crisis Act, if we were to downzone, we would likely be required to upzone to allow the density in housing that is lost.
Copy. And so, because we've already upzoned so many, could we use some of the previously upzoned to counter some of the current downzoning that we'd be coming up with?
That would be part of the analysis that staff would be including in our report back to the city.
Copy.
Council.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I interrupt you real quick? Not Tarquin. I just want to apologize to Deputy Mayor Lyons. I want to focus on L7 tonight. I don't want to dive into the task force, not because I don't want to dive into it, and I apologize if I came off tone. That was not my intention, but I think we've heard tonight that people felt that task force may have been flawed, and I'd like to revisit that, not tonight at this meeting, but I think I'd like to sit down, whether it's a council-initiated item or whatever, and review the task force as a new, maybe where we come up with looking at the results of the previous task force or the process. I know there was, in my opinion, I felt a conflict of interest as well as a resident in the development of that task force. And I know that I would love to see the best opportunity for the residents come out of that. And I think if we start somewhat from scratch with the input of that, the lessons from that, I believe we can do something and get the product that our community deserves for an affordable housing task force. So I apologize for my tone if it was that way. I didn't mean it to be. But I'd like to stick with L7 tonight and table that process to another meeting if that's okay with you.
Thank you. I accept your apology. It wasn't needed, but I may have overreacted. Thank you.
So I'm going to hop in here now if I can. I see these as two different decisions, absolutely. First of all, I think it's premature to be considering upzoning anything because there are other approaches out there. We currently have, we're under the jurisdiction of the state with AB 2011 and SB 6, where on commercial properties, housing can be built by right. And there will be additional affordable housing units with that. And we get zero credit today on RENA, and we need to be arguing for that credit. And that right there would give us an out for no net loss. So I think that's one of the things we have to do in order to address our affordable housing shortage. Now, we talk about having an affordable housing shortage, but we also have a huge park shortage. Huge park shortage. And if you want to talk about a localized, I thought the graphic here, you know, we've got 1,200. I know right on Quail Gardens Drive alone, it's like 1,048 alone, right on Quail Gardens Drive. And they're not all built yet. There's just a handful of Fox Point farms that are finished and occupied. And those families, those 1,048, 45 families are going to have 3,000 people, right, on average. There's going to be about 2.8 times that, and they're going to want a park. And this is exactly the right place for a park. So I don't want to go through all the reasons. I think they've been said tonight as why this lot should be a park. It was, it is, it should. And so I support moving forward with the next step, which is not a commitment yet, but I want to know, I think a lot of the steps, I want staff to come back and report on the status of the site due to the SLA. I think that was said. Does it require an upzone as part of the Housing Accountability Act? What are the options for meeting that upzone requirement? Steps to reverse the SLA, that's probably just re-saying it. Steps to rezone to public, semi-public, if that's what we choose to do. I don't believe we need to upzone it or downzone it necessarily. You can build parks with a major use permit or minor use permit. I think it's major use permit.
Major use permit.
Major use permit on residential land, which we have done, so it's not a requirement. The requirements for Prop A vote. Hey, I'm the original author. I agree. We need a Prop A vote if we're changing zone. That was very purposeful in there to avoid shell games with zoning. The Housing Crisis Act I mentioned, and then trade-offs with AB 2011 SB 6. So I would like to refer it to staff. I think that's where you were going with this, and with those kind of questions. And with that, I'll yield. And then Deputy Mayor Lyons, sorry.
No, thank you. So I do think that parks and open space are part of our quality of life, and I do get emotional when we talk about affordable housing. It's been a topic that I hear a lot. Affordable housing is a topic I hear a lot about from my constituents. I hear more about affordable housing than I do parks. But, so I know how passionate my constituents are about the affordability of housing. But I've spent 4 decades designing and planning parks. I understand the value of parks to a community's quality of life. So I support parks as well. So I'm happy to hear my colleagues express their thoughts about affordable housing and about that it has an opportunity to continue to be part of our dialogue. So I'm glad to hear that, and I'm glad to tell you that I also do support a park on L7, and I will work very hard to continue the dialogue of affordable housing in other areas as the city deems appropriate. And I look forward to that ongoing conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer, or sorry, O'Hara, sorry.
I meant to clarify one thing on here because it was mentioned in the past. I know Deputy Mayor Lyons had tried to figure out a good faith way to do park and affordable housing together. And just so people understand that this lot does not, that cannot happen on this lot because of something called an 80-20 rule. So it does not, we can't apply part affordable housing, part park space to it. So for anyone that's wondering why that isn't being mentioned, I think it's important just so we've circled back on all the pieces of this.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, and just along with this, as the staff is preparing this, can we just make sure that we back it up with as much general plan language and everything that it supports our general plan and where we're headed, and like it's been mentioned tonight, it's our Constitution and it should be referred to, I think, in pretty much as many things as we can bring it to. So, please, thank you.
And so, does staff need a motion, or what do you need?
We would need a motion.
Yes.
We'll entertain a motion.
A motion to designate
gotta
L7 as a park.
Press the green button.
I'll get there. I motion to designate L7 as a park and direct Parks and Planning, the staff, to look at the rezoning of the property itself for park use, and then to look at the remainder of the parks in the city for purposes of assessing whether we should rezone or not.
Second.
And does that include the questions, the open questions we had discussed from various council members?
I believe so.
Okay, just want to make sure. So we
And
have a
the-
motion
And a
and a second.
second,
Any
yeah.
questions on that?
Just to clarify, the direction is for staff to come back with a report on those items.
Yes.
To City Council. Thank you.
Is that true?
Correct.
Well, quick question, if at that time, would we be able to vote on, at the next one, is that just going to be a report and we could vote on it at that point? Or is that just going to be the report and we hear about it?
It depends on the contents of the
Got
report,
it.
I think.
Anybody, any other speakers? We have a motion and a second. I guess we'll call the question.
So I'm just going to clarify again, just to be sure, it is the recommended action, which is direct staff to prepare a staff report in order to consider the downzoning of the L7 parcel to a community park, public, semi-public use, and rezone any current parkland that is not designated parkland.
Yes. Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Fair enough.
And then, Tarquin, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
At what point, I know there's also a stakeholder engagement and community outreach for develop of 100% affordable going on congruently. I referred to that it was a paradox I referred to. I don't want staff working in two directions. I shouldn't say I don't want. It doesn't seem to be efficient for staff to work in two directions. Is there some way we can address that, or do we need to address that in the future meeting?
That would be best to address in a future meeting after we come back with the staff report.
Okay.
And I think maybe more important, was it noticed for tonight? I think that might be the answer. is
No, it wasn't noticed
So
for
we
tonight.
couldn't. Yeah.
Correct.
But it doesn't necessarily have to come back with the report. It could come back before asynchronously.
Correct. If the City Council directed us to agendize that, we could agendize that item as well.
But we have a motion and a second. Why don't we get that taken care of? And if there were further actions, we can talk about that.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Is there any other discussion of other motions, or we'll just take it offline and agendize as necessary? Do we need to do anything else to direct staff to come back? Do we need a motion tonight? I don't think we do.
No, we have direction.
Okay. Are we done with everything through 12?
10B.
No, we missed, 10B, I'm sorry. Almost forgot it.
We wouldn't have been able to forget it.
Yeah. That's why I need you helping me drive up here. So, okay, we're moving on to item 10B. So if you can take your conversations, or either stay or head on out. Thank you. Yeah, Elena? Yeah. Yeah. We still have one item left, and we want to go home too. So.
You don't live here?
Yeah. Thank you. So we're gonna move on to item 10B, and we have a staff report.
Good evening, Jay Schwarm, HR Director. Here tonight, 10B is for the council's consideration of an appointment of an interim city manager. The recommendation is to consider adoption of Resolution 2024-137, appointing Jennifer Campbell as interim city manager. The second action would be to consider adoption of Resolution 2024-138, approving and adopting the interim city manager pay scale, which are requirements of PERS, and it's also a requirement to discuss city manager salary in open session rather than a consent calendar item. The recommended interim, it comes with already a assistant city manager and has been an assistant city manager and briefing the council and assisting the prior city manager. So she comes with experience and will continue a collaborative effort with the council and continue consistency with the city business. That is the end of the staff report for council's consideration and deliberation.
Okay. Do we have any questions for staff or?
I would like to move approval of the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I wanted to cover one thing. We received an email about the policy for, I guess it's represented employees on interim and the applicability of that. And can you explain? You sent an email to us, and I thought that was a very good explanation.
All right. There is a policy, P026, an internal policy that talks about acting positions and when employees are in different acting positions for temporary time. And usually acting positions are that the position is occupied, but for some reason they're either out on sick leave or on extended time off, et cetera. And that policy proposes that you take their current, the person who's going to be acting, you take their current salary, go to the position that they're occupying, and add a 5% and look for the certain step that would meet that 5%. This is not applicable because the particular city manager position is a council negotiated terms and conditions of employment, and there is no steps to this. It's one rated salary. So it doesn't apply. But if you would look at and say, well, what would happen if it does apply? Well, if you look at and if the 5% step that would take you to the acting or interim position, you would actually be paying more than what the prior city manager was making. So it's not logical. It doesn't apply to this specific position, and it is at the council's discretion to set the interim pay. Accompanying that, we did a comp for the cities throughout San Diego County, the cities that the city normally uses for general employees, and compared it to the city policy adopted by council previously. And the council's policy was that it would be the third quartile. And when comparing the recommended 309 base salary to the other cities throughout San Diego County, we fall within the base salary third quartile. Now, for overall compensation, where, for permanent city managers, there's additional considerations such as deferred compensation, phone allowance, et cetera. At the 309, without the additional compensations, which usually are not granted to interims, that the actual overall salary of 315, which is 309 plus 6,000 car allowance, really falls under our policy. But that is something, when you look at overall compensation, you look at that when you're deciding on who the permanent city manager will be.
Okay, very good. So we're well within our guidelines and any limitations of policy, and in fact, maybe even lower than we would do on a standard basis for total comp.
That is correct.
Okay, perfect. So with that, do we have any questions? Do we have any public speakers? No public speakers. Oh, okay. So.
Does Jennifer want the more? Does she want the 5% option? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, can't not tell her about it because we have to do this in public, which is
Gotcha.
good. So I'll make a motion to adopt the recommendation.
We had a
Very
motion and a
excited.
second on the floor.
Oh, we do, sorry. Then I guess call the question at this point.
Motion does carry unanimously.
Okay, and that was just for the first one as interim manager, or did that include recommendation two? I forgot.
It was both.
Both, good. Okay. That's that.
Thank you, council members.
Yeah. Did you want to speak, or?
No, I just want to say thank you very much.
Very good. We appreciate it. Okay, on to item 11 now, informational items. We have none. And then we would go to, we're skipping 12, we already did it. We're on to 13, which is council member reports pursuant to AB 1234.
Nothing to report.
Okay.
Nothing to report.
I'll just report that over this last week, I attended, and I'm the chair of the Sandags Sustainable Communities Working Group. I do want to report, though, that we didn't have a quorum, so the meeting wasn't held. I'm not sure how Sandag deals with that as far as compensation. And also, this morning, I attended the Encina Wastewater Authority Board meeting.
And I also attended the Encina Wastewater Board. We adopted their annual report, the ACFR financial report. We also approved a new 3-year contract with General Manager Scott McClelland. And then last Friday, I attended my first Sandag Board meeting, where we received a report on Transnet funding for Encinitas, and then also for Transnet across the region. I'll have staff digitize it and distribute it to the council. So with that, on to item 14, city manager, and I should say interim city manager report.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, members of council, I did talk to our fire chief, Chief Gordon. It is the holiday season, so I just have a couple safety tips that I would just like to share, because we do want people to enjoy the holiday season, but we want them to be safe. So just a couple tips. Residents, please check your fire alarms and their smoke detectors to make sure they work, just in case we leave something plugged in too long, or a tree or anything like that. You're ready to go and you can evacuate your house and your family is safe. With cooking, don't leave anything on the stove or in the oven unattended. So no running an errand, things like that. Make sure when you're cooking, you are continually watching what you're doing, even though they do say a watch pot doesn't boil. So don't continually look at it, but just make sure it's safe. Also to candles and heating devices. Remember to keep candles away from anything flammable. Again, you should be home again when those are burning. A lot of times some people have space heaters as opposed to some type of central heating. Please make sure that those are far enough away from anything too that will catch fire. So please be safe this holiday season. On behalf of myself and the staff here in the city of Encinitas, we wish all of council and our residents a very happy holiday season and a prosperous new year. And we look forward to seeing you in the new year. So thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney report.
Just like to wish City Council and staff happy holidays.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Yes, based on council action at the last meeting, the applications for District 4 City Council vacancy have been posted on the website. We have news articles. It's been in social media. So we're putting that message out. And then we're also advertising for the annual commission recruitment. And so those applications are available online as well. We currently have, the only commission up for annual vacancies this year is the mobility and traffic safety. And then we do have 2 unscheduled vacancies on the Public Health and Safety Commission.
And when will we be appointing those? Do we have a tentative date for that?
So the commissions come, I'm hoping that they'll be the last meeting in January, and I believe that's the same time I'm bringing the council appointment.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And with that, I think, are we down to the bottom here? I lost my agenda.
Yes. We
Okay.
are at adjournment.
Hey, it's late. What can I say? And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, we're an hour earlier. Next meeting, 10 o'clock, okay?
Going to call